Okay. Good morning, everybody here at the Finnish Museum of Photography, and good morning, everybody out there, wherever you are, wherever in the world. I'm Elina Heikka. I'm the director of the Finnish Museum of Photography, and I have a great pleasure to welcome you to this conference. A few words about our museum. Just like to give like short introduction, 2 minutes. We are the oldest photo museum in Europe. We are founded 1969. We have been traveling here in the Helsinki city in several locations, but here at the Cable Factory we have been from the beginning of the 90s. Nowadays we have 2 venues. We have one here, the Cable Factory, and the other in the Helsinki city center is our new exhibition venue there. Our museum is like a museum interested in all kind of photography. We have a collection of about 2 million photographs, and which covers all the history of the photography and all the uses of photography. This museum is founded by the photographers. At that time, the photographic organizations were very strong in the 60s, and they were very like people with like a lot of strength and will to make things happen, and this is the result. And at the moment we find ourselves like one of the main museums of photography in all Europe in regards of all the activities and exhibition program and just name it. We are running, for example, the database of the photographers, Finnish photographers, and we have the online service Ask the Museum for people who want to know anything about the photography. About 3 years ago, Katri and some other enthusiasts of the Mörk Association, they approached us and they asked that how about running a Darkroom festival in Helsinki, and thank you, Katri, and your association for proposing the collaboration. It has really been a great pleasure for us, and I think that we have created something unique that we have not been able to do by ourselves, and you have been so devoted and enthusiastic that it has been like a really great pleasure to work with you. Thank you, Katri, and all the other members of the association. I wish you like enjoyable weekend with photography. I'm sure that you will learn a lot. You are going to have interesting discussions. Welcome once more. And now, Katri, floor is yours.
Thank you, Elina. Thank you so much. Yes, this is indeed a wonderful pleasure to be here. My name is Katri Lassila. I'm the president of the board of the Finnish Darkroom Association, and I have a great honor of opening this first ever, to my knowledge, Symposium of Artistic Research in analog photography. And we have here quite a wonderful program and wonderful presentations, and I was thinking about maybe saying a few words beforehand before I let you, Nicolas, first one on the floor here. These have been hard few years, I think, for all of us, and we have been living during these COVID times, and now at the moment it doesn't seem much brighter in the world. with the war going on in Ukraine and tragic events over there. However, I feel that even during time like this, and despite of these sad and horrible events, it's important to come together in art and in things we love, and cherish these kinds of moments when we are able to be together and share our thoughts and enthusiasm towards photography and towards the things we love. So it seems that nowadays people may appreciate even each other's even more than before. Meeting a friend nowadays is a big occasion, and when you don't know if on the next week there's another lockdown coming up, the meaning of these kinds of contacts becomes even bigger. We have noticed in our association, which was founded in 2016, that during the last few years the interest towards analog photography has grown steadily. And when we started the association, we were afraid that analog photography or darkroom photography is declining altogether in Finland. But now, during the last some years, our member base has grown so much that it seems that that's not the case. But on the other hand, even quite the opposite. People are more and more interested in these kind of analog practices. And one of our big visions became reality this year as Helsinki Darkroom Festival was realized in partnership with Finnish Museum of Photography. And this festival launched in January. This festival includes a large selection of workshops and several exhibitions also, with the main exhibition Impression Remains, which is there in the museum space. There is also a photography competition coming up for the young, and now this Symposium of Artistic Research. This symposium was born on the need of mapping out what kind of artistic research and what kind of interesting projects are made in the field of analog photography today, and how analog photography may be used and is used as part of art and artistic research work also, and what kind of visions or possibilities it may offer. So we gave emphasis on the research and experience instead of this kind of free project descriptions, wanting to know more and learn something on the way also ourselves. In the artistic or practice-based research, the artists themselves get the stage to talk about their work and its outcomes, and the experience of the artist is valuable in itself, as it leads towards the deeper understanding of the medium. The experience which the artist gathers during their career stays often hidden, but we wanted to make at least some of that visible here during this weekend. The amount and quality of the submissions we received was wonderful, and the selection process, because of that, very difficult. But now we are here both online and live here in Helsinki at the Finnish Museum of Photography. I would like to thank beforehand already now all the presentators who submitted their work, and the ones who are presenting here, the organizers and my association and the Finnish Museum of Photography and its wonderful director Elina Heikka, who right from the beginning embraced our idea of this Helsinki Darkroom Festival and gave all the help and support from the museum we could ever wish for. I would also like to have here on the stage our two keynote speakers of this weekend. Wonderful photographic artist and photographers Jill Enfield and Laurent Millet. Would you kindly step here for a moment so I could present you? So welcome and thank you for coming to join us here live in Helsinki. Mr. Laurent Millet and Mr. Jill Enfield, welcome here, and we will hear the presentations, Laurent's today even, and Jill's tomorrow afternoon. Would you like to say a few words? Extempore? No need? You're quite welcome. Wonderful. We'll hear more about your work today and tomorrow. We are very excited about that and very grateful that you accepted our invitation. So thank you. Thank you and welcome everybody for the Symposium of Artistic Research. And now for the first presentation, we have here in our program the first presentation is from Nicolas Reinhardt from Calamari Club and coming up to talk. Now I need my, maybe Nicolas you can have the
it's up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's better. Thank you very much.
So thank you, and thank you, Nicolas. Welcome, and we are happy to hear about pouring tears and pucker grains.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Elina and Katri for the introduction. And thanks to the Finnish Darkroom Association and the Finnish Museum of Photography and the Aalto University for the invitation. My name is Nicolas Reinhardt. I am an artist and educator from Germany. I'm also the artistic director of Calamari Club and a student of fine arts at Burg Giebichenstein University of Art and Design. It's a pleasure to be here at this one-of-a-kind symposium, and I'm really excited about the program and looking forward to our exchange. It is also an honor to be the first speaker of the symposium, and today I would like to talk about pouring tears and pucker grains. The working title for my project is called Filmfehler, which roughly translates to failed film. It's an ongoing artistic research project that is centered around the archive of the former film factory in Wolfen and that I've been pursuing for the past 12 months. Okay, maybe we'll have to do it like that. Yeah. My first encounter with photographic failures happened in the years following 2006, when I first picked up a film camera and started experimenting with analog photography. Most likely due to inexperienced, improper handling of the camera and the use of expired film rolls, I saw flowers out of focus, underexposed urban scenes. That's a bit rudimentary. Underexposed urban scenes with color shifts and light leaks. Universal analog glitches that any newbie photographer can get really excited about. It wasn't until a couple of years later when wait a second. Is there a short key? Is there another Windows tip trick from somebody? How to get to the next page? Ah, it's this. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. It wasn't until a couple of years later, when a project of mine failed due to light damage, that I began investigating these visual imperfections. These were supposed to be photographs from said project, yet some form of light energy took over and destroyed my material in the process. I have no recollection whatsoever what any of these destroyed images were supposed to show, and after a brief period of grieving over lost material, I found the visuality of these errors to be quite appealing. In 2015, I was attending a research conference about the image of the space traveler in arts and media, and in a presentation by Dr. Colleen Boyle, I learned about the project Apollo Archive. This project was started by an American individual whose aim was to publish high-resolution, raw material photographs that were taken by NASA astronauts. The archive was published on Flickr and includes more than 15,000 images from several space missions. What does this have to do with failure? Well, failures in photography are a common finding, And one could argue that they are at the core of the photographic archive, because they might be the only connecting feature between two completely different archives, for example, yours and mine. Yet despite their common finding, these mistakes are barely visible, even less on an institutional level. It is therefore very satisfying to see that the Project Apollo archive did include these so-called mistakes. They show us traces of the materiality of photography and visually provide us with information that would otherwise be impossible to obtain. Fast forward a few years to a point in time where my photographic practice as an artist started to shift from primarily taking photographs to working with existing material. I found myself being drawn to available photographic images much more than feeling the urge to produce my own photographs, so I started working with other people's images. In the process, I was also questioning the different purposes these images claim to serve. This practice of working with existing images has been recurringly inspired and accompanied by the title of the manifesto, "No New Photos Until the Old Ones Are Used Up," by the artist Joachim Schmid. In 2020, during my studies at Burg Giebichenstein, I was listening to a talk about the history of the chemical and photo industry in Bitterfeld-Wolfen. Starting in the early 20th century, film and photographic materials were produced in Wolfen in the eastern part of Germany and distributed under the label AGFA and later ORVO, an acronym for Original Wolfen. During its operation, the Filmfabrik Wolfen was the second largest plant for film production in the world and the first one to produce a modern color film. Production in Wolfen stopped after the collapse of the GDR in the 1990s. Today, only a few of the original buildings remain, and one of them houses the Industry and Film Museum, which is where my project began. In a conversation with the former director of the museum, he casually mentioned a collection of failures that was still in existence in the archive of the former factory. I couldn't really grasp what a collection of photographic failures might be. This was not supposed to be a photographic archive that didn't exclude failures like Project Apollo archive, but one that only consisted of errors. In the 21st century, in a time when AI-powered software is able to detect and erase basically any mistakes before human eyes even get the chance to see those artifacts, I found it astonishing to discover an archive that is made up entirely of materialized photographic mistakes. Why would they keep it? What was its purpose? And most importantly, what was there to see? When looking at photography, it might not be immediately evident that the history of the medium has always been paralleled by the history of its failures. I'm sure most of you know that the beginnings of photography were literally quite foggy. Several scientists and engineers struggled with the same limitations and different challenges the new technology posed. In his publication, Inadvertent Images, A History of Photographic Apparitions, Peter Geimer states, and I quote, "Interwoven with the familiar history of photography is a secret history of photographic artifacts, spots, and hazes. These have been described as spurious phenomena, parasites, and enemies of the photographer. In Wolfen, these enemies were given euphonious names like hornlets, or the aforementioned pucker grain, dirt comets, and scuffle scars with rubbing backsides, as indicated by this index page from one of the folders that we've just seen. Before we go further into the imagery and get to my own artworks, let me briefly address the question about the origin and the purpose of the collection. For the operational side of the factory, there were many reasons to document these failures. For example, the conviction that continuous research of recurring problems will eventually lead to help overcome them. Once an error had been detected, the object or film containing the faulty material was secured, cut to a reasonable size, and stapled to a sheet of cardboard paper, followed by the addition of classifying information like date, type of product, factory number, and sometimes descriptive speculations as to why this has happened and what can or should be seen. Other times, the material was sent to the laboratory, inspected by a scientist, and sent back to the casting factory with an analysis. An example of this can be seen in this report about the failure Begusstränen, a failure that happened in the casting process and can be translated to pouring tears. When I studied the contents of the collection and found what I was hoping for, I performed the most obvious procedure there is, at least from my perspective, coming from a background of film photography. I took the material to the darkroom and started making prints. In the following slides, I'm going to show you some of the works that I've produced and talk about a few more aspects of the project. My focus so far has primarily been on color film material and isolated errors, that is to say, material that only documents the mistake and not photographs that are accompanied by mistakes. I chose this method because I'm interested in the essence of these failures, and also for practical reasons because it was an immediate way to narrow down the immense collection. Up until this project, I have refrained from analog color printing, even though it has fascinated me for years. The extra layer of complexity of the sensitive process always felt like an obstacle. When I found the collection in Wolfen, it almost felt like the material urged me to work with it in that way. This particular piece is called Stiefmütterchen, a common problem in Wolfen, named after the flowers they resemble, in English called pansies. There are different questions that are recurring in the process of my research. For example, the question of my position as an artist as opposed to an archivist. My intention is to produce artworks that are more than a mere representation of an archival document. And in fact, there are technical and aesthetical reasons why I choose to select, crop, and modify the material. So these works can be regarded as my interpretations of the original material rather than a representation of the original mistakes. Another aspect I would like to talk about is control and the role of the factory workers. The further we progress into the realm of abstract imagery and unintentional results, the more evident it becomes that a failure is never just the result of a false judgment. An authentic failure cannot be provoked, it cannot be reproduced, it cannot be intentionally made because once your intention is to make a mistake, you prevent yourself from failing. Since failing at making a mistake would require you to succeed, the thought experiment of intentional failure resolves itself. One of the fundamental features and reactions shown by humans who recognize failure is surprise, especially in the context of visual information. Therefore, an authentic failure is never to be expected, since any form of expectation would hinder the feeling of being surprised. Going back to one of my initial questions regarding the purpose of the collection of photographic failures, I'd like to address a theory that relates to this and that I have developed through the process of my project. As I said, for the operational side, there were many reasons to collect and document these failures. However, it is my assumption that the element of surprise and the curiosity displayed by the factory workers was one of the driving forces which eventually led to this extensive collection. The presence of the workers, their desire to collect and preserve these mistakes, is tangible in the often handwritten notes. To me, the poetic quality that lies within the visual features of these mistakes corresponds to the handwritten remarks by the technicians. They are crucial to the project, so I decided to give them a role as central as possible. The titles in my series. So what might sound a bit complex or far off in some cases, like this one, called Deformation of the Surface, Cause Unknown, Warm Water Drops During Drying, is actually not an attempt to mock the origin of my works, but my tip of the hat to the people who collected the material. Oops. Among all these abstract failures that we've just seen, there is another type of mistake that is consistent throughout the collection, the foreign object. In this category, we can find a multitude of things stuck to film material. This can be anything from a candy wrapper to a piece of wood, or, as visible in my next work, a common housefly, which apparently landed on a layer of sticky emulsion on a sheet of color film back in 1960. A historical reference to this failure is this photograph from around 1870 by Antonio Beato that includes a fly that got stuck to the glass plate during the exposure of the image. Like their Egyptian ancestor, these insects from Bitterfeldwolfen found their grave in the historical document that proves their existence. It seems unlikely that the authors who called photographic mistakes enemies or parasites were talking about actual insects. What fascinates me with these flies is the phenomenological aspect and the fact that they were trapped in the material at a certain point in time. I guess I could call them photographic fossils. I hope I was able to give you a comprehensive view into my work and the background of my project. This is an example of how the works are presented. As I said, it's an ongoing artistic research project that is far from finished, so keep your eyes peeled and your ears open to hear more stories from Bitterfeldwolfen. Thank you very much for your attention. Before we get to the discussion, I would like to thank a few people who are essential to the process of my project. First of all, thank you to the Industry and Film Museum for their trust regarding the archival material, to Professor Nike Betzner from Burg Giebichenstein and Ludwig Haug from Kulturpark, who initiated the exchange that made this project possible, to my university and its student council for financially supporting my project, and of course, once again, to the Finnish Museum of Photography and the Finnish Darkroom Association, Aalto University, for the invitation and hosting this symposium. If you want to get in touch later on or want to follow my project, please do so. Feel free to send me an email or contact me on social media. Now, if there are any questions, comments, or remarks, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you.
So I
forgot
was
the
kind of
last
amazed by the whole vastness of these wonderful mistakes and errors which have become this art, and even the amber kind of the film emulsion works like an amber where insect is stuck in the time and then moved forward in time, like a real time machine indeed. Now I would love to have some comments or questions from the audience. Any remarks or any ideas that came to mind when watching these mistakes or works of wonder happening?
Also, if there's any slides you want me to go back to, I'll try to navigate. Hope to be able to manage this technically.
Show me again the one actually where was the old historical photo with the fly on it. I hadn't seen that one in my.
I'm just going to guess it's
class.
page number 35. Almost. No, 34. No, 33. Yeah, there it is.
This one.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about this Antonio Beato and Mameluke graves with fly.
Antonio Beato was an Egyptian. I'm not sure if he was Egyptian, but he was based in Luxor in the 19th century, and he was very famous for his pictures of landscapes and architectural monuments. And so this one was from the Mameluke graves. It's not clearly dated, but it's around 1870, like I said. And the way this came about was that when he was photographing, when he was exposing his glass plate, so he was actually, well, obviously working with a large format camera and glass plate, during the exposure, somehow a fly got into the camera and landed on the film. And one of the theories is that it was probably attracted by the smell of the emulsion, or because of there's supposed to be some kind of sweetness to it that the fly got attracted to and stuck onto it. Because that would be the only way possible that this fly would actually land on the material. So it's not, this of course is a reproduction, but on the original material, the fly is present, and Beato chose to include the fly also in the title. So this title, Mameluke Graves with Fly, is from him, and actually there's one speculation also by Peter Geimer who says that there is a certain connection, because if you look here you will find the signature by the artist or the photographer, and that is actually the view, if you follow this line, of the fly that corresponds to this. So instead of rendering it as a failure or a mistake, he just included it in itself. So this was kind of a reference that was pretty evident for me after I found out about this.
Right, that's really interesting. It kind of makes it even more tactile.
Yeah.
As your works also, that there are these evident marks of reality which are stuck there in the image, on the image itself, basically. It's really fascinating. Show me again the one with the water, the one with water drops, or the one which said that maybe because of this one.
Yeah.
I think this is absolutely amazing one. I mean, it's kind of like something going in some space-time continuum in the space or something like that. Yeah,
maybe just a note that is sort of to try to distinguish the project from an ongoing project to a finished project that could be presented in that way. Because I've been working with these pictures so much in a portrait mode, like in horizontal, like in this portrait orientation, I've considered the whole series to be in portrait mode, but I'm actually not sure, because up until in preparation for this symposium, I printed postcards, and that made me, I was able to sort of flip them around and realize, oh my God, this would be a perfect landscape. And so I'm not really sure if any of these will be portrait or landscape. And but this was also how it was originally documented. So this was a larger sheet of film, and this was just a minor detail of the image.
Right.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation, and I love the aesthetics, for instance, in this picture.
Thanks.
It's lovely, but just a funny thought. Everybody probably knows the Steven Spielberg movie of Jurassic Park, with the insect caught in amber. So, I just came to think about maybe Spielberg saw the Beato image and got the idea for his film from there. Don't know, but the analog is there. It's fun.
Yeah.
With the fly and everything stuck in gelatin. But lovely images, thank you.
That's a very interesting remark. It's quite obvious. I know the film from my childhood. It was one of my favorite childhood movies. And I was also talking to an artist friend of mine who said, oh my God, this must have been your personal Jurassic Park moment. And in a way, it felt a lot like this, and it has also posed the problem for me of how to present it, because of course, if I want to show it, I can either show the original material or I can show a reproduction. I chose to show a reproduction at this point because of its delicacy of the original material, because I don't know how to actually present them that they would get the stage that they deserve from my point of view. But it's been, just like in Antonio Beato's instance, for example, we can never see the original thing, but actually that is the interesting part for me, to be honest.
You were mostly talking about the notion of failure in the perspective of the technical progress.
Mm-hmm.
But how would you relate it to the field of aesthetics? To which field of aesthetics would you link the notion of failure? Or to the which part of history of art? Or
I probably wouldn't relate it to any broader theory or field aesthetically. This is also because I come from a very technical point of view going into this. For me personally, there aren't any obvious references that I would like to take up or take into consideration, at least not at this point in the project.
Thank you. I enjoy it a lot, and I'm just wondering about what is the place of failure in your work. How do you embrace failure? Is it this a starting point for you?
Yeah, the layers of failure that have happened in this process and the process of the project, I think there are about 7 or 8 layers to me now personally, because this is a common thing in photography. When you're working with representations and not showing original things, you always have some sort of imagery that gets processed in some way. So this might be like the 5th itineration of the actual material. So of course, along the process, there's always failure or mistakes. To me personally, that's not very relevant. And I choose not to, like for example, this is probably, you can see spots that are not on the original material, but probably from my faulty scans, but I didn't take the time to do digital touch-ups because it wouldn't be it wouldn't work in the context of this, or I wouldn't want to put a focus there just yet. Apart from this, I have never really thought about failure in my own work before. Of course, it's always a question, but it has helped me also for other projects to not try to avoid failures, because usually when you're working, especially when you're working in, or not you maybe, but some people, not me either, but most people who work in a photography sense try to avoid things like dust and specks and spots and those things, because they are everywhere and they show you, they might be a hint at your level of professional activity or perfectionism or whatever, but this has actually helped me to overlook these things and just regard them as part of the process, and it's a sort of like I'm trying to give failures in general, failures from this specific historical context, their stage. Thanks for the question.
I have
a
question.
Yeah.
Come back to the fly. Actually, it's happened quite often, not often, but sometimes in painting, when the painter pay a fly, like it accidentally on the painting. So what do you think about that? So it's kind of not a mistake exactly, but it's something that someone make for purpose, and the same things happened just accidentally. You make it kind of like and actually when you see this kind of, when you see a painter with this little fly, it's your attention concentrate, even if it's a big painter, your attention concentrate exactly in this fly, and actually this kind of make things.
Yeah, great comment, great aspect. As I said, what interests me with the flies is more the phenomenon and the existence of the flies on the finished material, and the fact that they actually landed on the thing. When talking about painting, during my research, I found out about a historical reference to a situation where a painter, in a student-teacher context, the teacher would go to the student's painting and paint a fly on the actual artwork, and when the student came back, or maybe it was the other way around, when the person came back, they tried to hush away the fly because they thought there was a fly lingering on the oil painting. So that would be the perfect way to paint a fly, the perfect sort of like a practical joke maybe, but yeah, obviously the fly in itself has been recurringly in art history and other aspects. This is just another example. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And, next one we have Danny Vihil from Czech Republic. And Danny is giving us a presentation about shooting expired film, which is another medium with narrative, which I think goes quite nicely in this kind of context. Let's go to see if we get your presentation here.
Microphone, you want to pinch it somewhere here.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here and very nervous at the same time. It's the first time I'm actually in such an event, and it means a lot to me, and I'm very happy to share what I'm doing now. It's a long journey, and I will try to condense it in 15 minutes, which is crazy, but yeah. My name is Dani Vigil. I'm from El Salvador. That means that I have traveled more than 10,000 kilometers to be here, not now, but because I'm based in the Czech Republic. I studied there. I'm a PhD student in visual communication. And before I studied also there photography, fine art photography. And my main focus right now in my research is connected to the medium, how to use the medium in general of photography to produce a narrative. That's of course a very direct reference to McLuhan and his theories about medium. This was something very new to me 2 or 3 years ago. I know that that's not new theories at all, but for me I discovered it a few years ago, and that really changed a lot the way I was doing photography, and especially to embrace mistakes. I'm a very precise person in many aspects of my life. Actually, I'm a graphic designer originally. I studied sound recording for filmmaking, intercultural communication and education, and then I learned photography. So this whole path was somehow affecting a lot the way I perceive photography, but photography was always a part of my life. Since I'm a child, I got a camera as a toy, actually, and this is the project I want to introduce you today. But the main influence in for photography for me was my mom, because it's a short story, but this is very important for me. I grew up with the story of how my mom doesn't have photos of her wedding, or my parents in general, but my father doesn't care, because the photographer lost the films. They got married and the photographer lost the films. And my mom, over 30 years later, she still cries when she thinks about not having photos of her wedding. So this is for me this story is very touching, and especially when I turned my heart to photography, I started to work with memory, how to photograph memory, and especially because somehow I would love to give my mom the photos of her wedding. I started to look the ways to photograph things, memories, things that are not tangible, things that cannot be photographed because they don't exist in the physical world. Because one day I want to come and say, Mom, here are the photos of your wedding. So this, it has been, of course, a very long journey. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, I can do it like this. I started to work with expired film through this because I started to fantasize about photographing the 4th dimension. I realized that the painter Diego Rivera from Mexico, he was both a futurist and a cubist at the beginning of his career when he came to Europe. And these both movements were obsessed with the idea to represent the 4th dimension. The futurists were doing it from the context of time. They actually were very influenced by chronophotography and the movement in photography. And they considered that the 4th dimension was time, which aligns to the theory of time-space. And the cubists actually believed that the 4th dimension was a physical dimension, and the cubist paintings are some sort of attempt to represent this physical dimension that we cannot see with our eyes, but we were trying to. And when I got to know this, I was fascinated with this idea, and I was asking my professors of photography history, is there something like cubist photography? And it's a still ongoing process. I'm wondering if there is, and I couldn't find a way. I still don't know the way how I can photograph a 4th physical dimension. Maybe it's not possible. But I really fantasized with that idea, and then I just found a compromise. Because there is a direct logic connection between time and photography. We use it to, the moment we press a photo, we call it, we froze a moment, We also use it because of the time the shutter is open to let the light go through. So the connection to time it's very obvious But then I was trying to photograph time, not in the way of chronophotography, like to photograph traces of movement or this, but in a different way. And this is how I landed to expire film. Because expire film, it's material. That means that it degrades gradually through time, like us. Every second we are becoming older. And I don't know you, but I remember when I was 18 and I was a wild creature. I could just not sleep for weeks and these kind of things. And now I'm over 30 and I have to have my sleep, to eat properly, because my body simply is not the same as a few years ago. And film somehow behaves in this way, thanks to the action of humidity, temperature, the passage of time. It starts to degrade gradually, but it does. And that's why it has an expiration date, because in one moment, this is the moment where the manufacturers decide, after this time, we cannot guarantee results. So this is how I connect with the previous presentation about it. After the moment the film is expired, you cannot have control over it. It's a wild creature. So, and this is something that I enjoy a lot, and it gave me the idea, okay, then you can photograph time, not because of the motif, but because of the way the medium registers the pass of the time on it, on its body somehow. So this is, this again, because I'm a very theoretical person, this led me to a qualitative research about how people use expire film. And I was tracing how people do it on the Instagram. And I just have tons of data, like people, if it's color, black and white, which format. And I have it, I don't want to bother you with this, because even for me, later I realized this is a very limited set of information. Of course, I can say a typical Instagram photo looks like this, because it's a portrait, because it's sunny, because it's a landscape, and because I know that all those things, but that wasn't really relevant for me, although it is interesting to see how other people use the medium and how they are expressing. But then I realized there is a gap in this analysis, that I wanted to know why people is doing this. And this, it doesn't tell me, especially if you see the description. Very often people don't tell you why they do that. They just post something. So this led me to a different level of research or trying to understand. And then I start to find photographers who are actually working with expired film in a very specific way. And I was so surprised about the Chinese photography. I have no connection to China at all. I've never been there. And I just started to realize how they perceive the world in a completely different way, and you can see it in photography. This is Adu. He's born in Sichuan in China, and he photographed the people from his region in an attempt to create timeless photographies, and also as a critique to colonialist photography. Because he made the comparison how previous photographers from other regions of the world were coming to China and photograph people, his people in a colonialist way, and he's just reflecting on this. This was very inspiring for me, and also I really loved aesthetics. And somehow, if someone told me this photo has 100 years, I would believe it, honestly. Then I found the photographer Angela Ferris Belt, or Angela, in the United States, and she started to photograph a 1,400 years old tree on expired film. Just because she saw that the materiality of the film, or the way the film registered the passage of time in itself, fits the aesthetics of the tree by itself, which is also very interesting for me. I have to say that this is one of my favorite approaches I have seen. And then I also found Deborah Kaur, which is probably the most closest to what I'm doing. She photographed the house of her childhood with expired film and tried to document how the history of her house, because it's a very old house, more than 200 years old house, and she was trying to portray the history of the house and use the aesthetics of expired film. Nevertheless, what I found with these other photographers is that they learned to expire film in a very indirect way. For example, Adu said that he started to use it because it was cheaper than to use fresh film. I have to say that that's not true anymore. It started to get very pricey, expire film, in a very crazy way, which I consider a danger, at least for my own praxis. And also, some other photographer, they just get the stock as a gift, and they start to play with it, and then they somehow find a way to use it. Then I started to do my first attempt. This is my first project, is 25. This is, I also got the film by chance, and I just realized that the film was expired in the same time my girlfriend was turning 25. So they both were marked by the 25th anniversary. And this was not a very thoughtful project. I just make a very simple connection about the years. And I also got the chance to use the camera of her grandfather, which was the camera that was used to be portrayed as a baby. So that somehow started to make it more circular for me to start to use not just the film, but also the cameras, to carefully choose which camera I was using to do so. But as I said, this was a very direct approach. I didn't think a lot about it. This is mainly the next step. In 1968, Czechoslovakia was invaded by the Soviet Union. And that, I promise this has not political references in this moment, but it is important for me when I did it in that moment. And you can feel it still in the current Czech Republic, the Soviet influence. And it can be traced in many ways. It can be traced in architecture, art, way of thinking. Even now we have a part of the army is called, it's hybrid war something, and they trace Russian propaganda in the country, for example. So you can still feel that there is a big presence of this time. So I started to document those traces of the Soviet invasion with film expired in 1968 as an attempt to see how the past has gone through. It has gone through, but still there. The image is not perfect, but it's still there. Then another reference is the Velvet Revolution, when Czechoslovakia separated from the Soviet Union. It's also connected to this, but this happened in 1989. So again, I just found a film connected to this time and photographed the places that are important in this period of the history of the Czechoslovakia, or now the Czech Republic. And this takes me to my the main project I would like to show you today. It's called Rebirth. It's a working title because it's still in process, but when I was a child, I told you I got a camera as a gift. It was this one. It's a Kodak Extra 200. In that time, I didn't have a flash, but I needed it because the film is expired and it needs more light. But so when I got the camera as a child, I just was playing with it. And the film and the processing was too expensive for my family. So very often, I was shooting without film. I was just snapping around and just imagine how the photos would look. And then I was asking for my parents, where are my photos? And they create some story, you know, somewhere, and that's it. But then in year 2021, I started to think about how can I photograph those memories? I want those photos. I want the photos I was taking as a child. I want them, and the first step was to get the camera. I got a camera, then the flash, and a film that was expired in 1992 when I was 7 years old, which is the period of the time I had the camera. And then I started a research diary because I wanted to really choose exactly what I wanted to shoot with it. You know, because I only have 24 shots with this film, and I really need to choose carefully what was it. And so I made a diary, and this is just some examples, some entry. This is the time I saw snowing for the first time. And you know, these are the kind of memories that are there. So with this information, I started to look for scenes I wanted to photograph with this camera and with this film in particular. And this also led a very extensive conversation with my mother, because I was asking her, hey, when I was a child, what was interesting for me? What do you remember I was interested in? And the first thing she told me is that I was in love with the Volkswagen Beetles, that when I saw them in the street, I was totally crazy about them. And so I started to look for a Volkswagen Beetle, which is hard to find in the Czech Republic because of this period that was blocked. So, but finally I just don't find one, but I found 4. And this is more like, it was more like just a journey. One day I just decided, okay, I'm going to take in my camera and look for these scenes I found that were relevant for me. Also, of course, family scenes, because when I was 7 years old, I didn't go out so often. I was with my family all the time. So I was also photographing just normal family scenes right now. Also, animals are a very important part of I still love animals. So it was, when I was a child, I was for sure photographing animals. And winter, of course, this is it's fascinating for me. I'm sure that if I will be born in a country like this, where there's snow everywhere, I will be very happy. Because even now, it doesn't bother me. Although I'm from the tropical country, I kind of like it. So, and so these are just examples. Like from the diary, I started to find keywords like winter, family, animals, and I started to find these ideas. Now, as an ending, I would like to say that it's very funny for me how these photos that look very childish, which was actually the purpose, they come from such a deep introjection about myself. And this diary became a very important part for me, because it not just gave me information for this, but I started to remember things that were important for me. And that's very useful for my project. Nevertheless, I'm wondering if these kind of projects are relevant. I really wonder about that if people actually care about the camera of my childhood and the things I was shooting when I was a child. But it's there and it's important for me, and I'm very happy to have the chance to talk a little bit about it. It was snowing, and it's somehow a reference to this first photograph, the roof from, I don't know, it feels like this, from Dagea, I remember now. Yeah, it's Dagea, the first photograph from the roof. Yes, Nips, thank you. So I just thank you, and if you have any question or something or some comments, I would love to hear from you.
Thank you, Danny.
You're welcome.
Wonderful, so interesting presentation, and all of these traces of memory you are kind of getting and finding from your childhood. I found it most touching, this story you told about your mother and the lost wedding pictures, which she never had. It reminds me of my own graduation pictures, because the same happened when the day when I was graduated, and then we had this graduation party, from high school. We have these like white caps and all that, and then we had graduation party at home at my parents' place, and then they were photographing, of course, because it was a big thing that you graduate from high school and all that. And then my mother took these films to this little shop in Vihti, a small town where they lived, and they destroyed all the films. So the only graduation pictures I had, they were this kind of ruined. They were really weird looking. I had these flowers. I was holding these flowers, and they were all like yellowish and turquoise color, because the film had gone so bad during the developing process. And my mother was so angry. She went for the shop, and she kind of yelled for the man there, "How could you do this? You destroyed the graduation pictures." Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of they are important. Yes, the memories, they are so important from these specific important times of the life, and somehow have these in photographs makes them more real, the memories, or they kind of, you fear that they fade otherwise somehow. These tangible things. So photography still, it's so important. These kind of, you can hold in your hand photographs. So very touching stories you had there. Any comments or questions from the audience now? There's a good time to.
My name is Pekka Nikros. Just thought of what you actually spoke in the beginning about the fourth dimension and brought up the cubists. I've been taking, though digitally mostly, but a lot of triple exposure pictures. And actually kind of back perhaps 10 years ago, I began to think of them as cubists, like images, because I often take well, at least back then I took like the same subject from different points of view. So it kind of brought it back into the same, I don't know, area as cubists very often do. So just as a comment.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas.
Thank you very much, Danny, for your presentation. I really enjoyed it, and I have two questions actually. The first one concerning your use of expired film, because obviously there's a lot of similarities in photography and memory, but I was wondering, maybe you could clarify the point again, why it is important to you to use expired film in the process of the project Rebirth, for example. Would it be possible to, is that a time analogy for you, or?
Yeah, I think that's definitely, the photos look old. That will be the easiest way to say it. Again, if you see these photos, they could look old. But that's way too simple for me to do it by this. It's more about the traces of the time. Because as I said, not just my body started to decay, but also my memory. So I somehow, because very often I catch myself having memories that actually I didn't have. And then when I talk to someone, they said, no, it wasn't like this, or it was in a different way. So somehow this is also a way to say, for me, I use it in a way to say, maybe this is not true. This is not reality, this is not the actual memory, this is not what happened, but this is also what I think it was. This is my point of view on this topic. And also, as a migrant, because that's a very important part of my identity now. I have been living 3 years now in the Czech Republic, and somehow I feel like a 3-year-old Czech. You know, I definitely speak worse than a 3-year-old Czech, and so somehow this is also, I guess, to give it a tool of expression to this little child is being born again there. From zero. I don't know. It feels, sometimes. Although I like theories and all these things, in one moment I just have to accept that I just feel things, and this feels right for me. I cannot assure that this is the right way, but it just feels right.
Thanks. That totally makes sense, at least to me. And the second question would be, first a comment. I found it very. Actually, the activities that you photograph, the everyday things, the sublime, I found that very interesting from your point of view and from that aspect, because in that sense, you could probably basically just photograph anything, I guess, or maybe following your memories because it's not specific images that you're looking for. But in the context of your process, I would be interested to know if the set of rules sort of that you work within or apply to your project, if they ever feel limiting to you, and how you work around that and work with it and incorporate it into the project.
That's a tricky question in general, I will say. But I do believe that photography, especially analog photography, is constrained by its limitations. And I think this is exactly what is making it appealing for me. Like every time I'm just shooting with all this set of limitations, I really feel that somehow I'm pushing a little bit my own limits. And by extension, the limits of the medium. Somehow, like every time I try to do something that seems difficult or not possible, or I just feel more and more attracted to it. I also, lately I get in love with Baruch Spinoza, the philosopher. And he's talking a lot about choices in life and freedom. And he said that we are not free from, but free to. And in the moment we learn our limitation, we are free to build something from that. So when I have all this set of rules, and maybe it's very connected, I understand when you say this set of rules, because somehow I feel connected with the happening movement in the avant-garde, that they have, they write actually rules and recipes and they follow those. Somehow I feel a little bit like that I'm just writing a performance. But inside that performance, in that moment when I am on the stage, I feel free, because I know the limits of my own project. But then in that moment I also set myself and say, just feel it, just do it. And I think I try to find a balance between that. Thank you for your question.
Any other comments or questions from the audience? Okay, thank you so much, Danny. It was really wonderful. So now we have a short break, 15 minutes around, and we are continuing 10:45. But we would like to have, because we don't know how are all of you here for all this day, so we'd like to have a kind of group picture of the audience, if you wish. I mean, if it's okay for you, of course. You don't have to be in the picture if you don't want to. But Pauliina was thinking about maybe taking one.
So those who want to come, that would be really great. We have a short break now, so it's a good stretch of legs, and it's a little bit maybe brighter outside than inside here. So we had a thought that Sari will take the picture, and those who want to come, please come and step outside with us, and we take it outside the museum. It'll look great.
Thank you, Paul. Onko meidän ensimmäinen vieras? Is there our first Zoom presentator? This is really interesting. First time I'm ever doing this kind of thing, to have streaming at the same time as having. Now we are still waiting for the first presentator to appear on our Zoom. We should have here soon Robbie Perros. From Rhodes University School of Journalism, South Africa. Now we are still waiting for the first presenter to appear on our Zoom. We should have here soon Robbie Perros from Rhodes University School of Journalism.
Se meidän puolesta on mutena, ja sitten Robin itse jakaa sen, ja se lähtee toimia silleen suoraan.
Mutta mitäs Jenna, tässä ei taida olla siis, näkeekö Robin tänne olla?
Ei.
Seinään?
Ei. Okay. Joo, mä oon sanonut useammin, että he ei pysty niinku
Voinko tästä puhua kuitenkin nyt Robinille jotain?
Todennäköisesti et, koska mä oon
niitä, että he ei ole siellä. Am I in the right place?
Kyllä varmaan jotain pitäisi
sanoa. Sano chatti, että oot oikeassa paikassa ja et ei voi jakaa sitä audioa.
Joo, mä sanon.
Ja et saa aloittaa silloin, kun on valmis.
Hi everyone, this is also my first time doing this, so I'm in the right place, great. I didn't Zoom bomb the wrong conference. Oh, I can start. Okay, great. Well, I hope that everyone can hear me okay. And yeah, hi everyone. I can't see you, so I'm just basically talking to myself, but it's wonderful to be here with you all today. And yeah, thank you so much to the hosts and to the previous speakers, Danny and Nicholas, for your presentations. So much they resonated, and my nice neat script is now covered in notes from your presentations. So thank you. Yeah, so my name is Robbie Perros, and I'm a South African PhD scholar coming to you from Rhodes University in Makanda, South Africa. And wrong button. Opening, hold on. There we go. So my practice-based PhD research at the moment is currently being conducted through the Rhodes University School of Journalism and Media Studies. And my research asks how death practices and concepts of death expressed through social media can be engaged with from an African philosophical perspective through the creation of a photo book that embodies this perspective. The topic that I will be presenting to you today, however, has a slightly different title, and that title is The Disposable Camera as Both a Tool and Metaphor for Dissident Research Practice. And this topic is part of an entangled web of thinking in process with my current PhD research. And like the internet never sleeps, and like our Facebook profiles and the dead are always awake online, I invite you to let this theme of my research move as an undercurrent through this presentation. So today, when the topic of death on social media arises, most people have a story to tell, and I'm sure you have one of your own too. Perhaps you find yourself sending messages to a deceased loved one's inbox, wondering if they've received it, or perhaps you yourself keep receiving disturbing notifications from a dead person's Facebook account. Or maybe you just feel completely weirded by the fact that RIP posts and cat memes are enmeshed in your newsfeed. And in these instances, feelings of vulnerability, of absurdity, and sometimes even just crass humor can unsettle our existing notions of mortality, of what it means to be human, or what scholar Francis B. Nyamjo calls the compositeness of being human. And I'm going to get to how the disposable camera fits into this in a moment. But if we think about it, the concept of death lives purely in the imagination. Death is the ultimate unknowable. And so I question, how can I, as a researcher, approach the topic of death from what is ultimately unknowable rather than from what is knowable? The photographs that you see in this presentation have been taken by me around Southern Africa over the past 5 years on disposable cameras. And they are unedited, and these will speak as in a non-linear narrative, a visual non-linear narrative to the concepts I share verbally with you here today. So I started using a disposable camera in 2015 when I moved to the coastal city of Durban. I was not using it for a research tool in any way at that time. And geographically, South Africa is still divided in many ways along race and class lines. And for decades, colonial and apartheid rule and ideology have displaced Black and brown bodies in South Africa, not just physically, but psychologically. And there are many ways in which this continues to be perpetuated today through capitalism, things like gentrification, for example, and technology. So I began taking a disposable camera on my solitary walks through the city at this time to help me grapple with these complexities inherent in space and attempt to learn about my own politicized, white, middle-class, female body within these spaces. So my relationship with the disposable camera has grown over the past few years, from 2015 up until now, and is one I've only just begun to extend into my current PhD research methodologies. So this is still an idea that's being set in motion. Hauntology, I don't know if anyone's ever come across that term, but it's a mixture of the word haunt or haunting and the word ontology, and it's a term coined by Derrida, and the word refers to cultural memory and the persistence of the past. And you will thus notice that in my photography there are largely no physical human bodies present, yet human traces are there. And it is these absent present traces in space that I am grappling with in my photography. So with this in mind, I invite you to walk with me in the middle of my research today. And when I say the middle of my research, I am guided by the words of Deleuze and Guattari, who write, and I quote, "Research begins in the middle. The middle is where things grow, expand, and pick up speed. The middle is a difficult place to be. It's hard to see things clearly in the middle, and that's the point. The middle can't be known in advance of research. You have to be in it, situated and responsive. You are not in the middle to report on what you find and seek, but to activate thought, to ignite it." The speculative middle shifts methods from a reporting on the world to a way of being in the world that is open to experimentation and is intention. Research thought about in this way is an event of becoming. So South Africa is a country with a rich history of death practices across cultures and belief systems, and in the last several decades, social media constitutes new spaces where death practices are increasingly negotiated. However, and I quote from Reinh here, and I'll give everyone the references here at the end of this presentation. However, social media does not just sit on top of existing death practices, but rather it appropriates, extends, and transforms those practices. So in African philosophy, the world and all its living and non-living actors are characterized by interconnection and interdependence. And the online ecosystem is not disconnected or something separate from the offline ecosystem. There's no binary. And if we can agree to see the online and the offline environment as interconnected, interdependent spaces in which we simultaneously navigate, then wouldn't researching death in the offline space be just as important as researching death in the online space too? And this is where the disposable camera is going to come in soon. So the term living dead is attributed to theologian John S. Mbiti. Maybe some of you have come across his work, and it expresses the African belief system that life does not end with death, that when you die, you become one of the living dead, an ancestor who is still an active part of the community as they were when they were alive. So one's personhood does not end at death. One's personhood is carried through after death. And this is something we can see happening in the online space too, to an extent. So dead Facebook users, for example, are still an active part of the online social community, and the algorithmic ecosystem. They are active. And when thought about in this way, there is no binary between the world of the living and the world of the dead, and the link I'm trying to connect, which is between the offline and the online. And thus, I believe my research methodology should reflect this interconnected way of being through thinking, making, doing in both the offline and the online space. So ancestry and place, physical place, is of central importance to South Africans, to Black South Africans in particular. And when it comes to death and burial, many South Africans actively choose to be buried where they were born or the place of their ancestors, and rituals are conducted to bring both the body and the spirit home at death. And if a body is not buried in its ancestral land, it is believed that the spirit will wander and be able to join their ancestors and become part of the living dead. So if we think about the importance of place to South Africans in the context of the online realm, how might the increasing attachments we have to our digital bodies affect our spirit's journey into the living dead, should that be within our belief system? And these are the sorts of links that I'm exploring. So the disposable camera. Walking with the disposable camera forces me to tune into place. It forces me to tune into a moment, an object, or a sensed feeling. And to tune into something is not the same as to capture or to document it. To tune into something, I believe, is to research receptively rather than to research extractively. And that sort of extractive research is something that we can associate with colonial research practices. So disposable cameras, in a way, like Danny was saying, they take me back to childhood, to play, to imagination, to curiosity. It's a low-tech tool, and when I work with the disposable camera, I'm not fumbling with settings. I must relinquish control of the light. I must surrender to the probability of imperfection, of failure, like Nicholas was saying, and surrender to the possibility of loss when images might not come out or get warped. And I must be equally open to the possibility of magic. So although the camera is a powerful tool capable of inflicting harm, whatever the camera it is you're using, the disposable camera, I feel, strips me of some of my inherited power, and it disarms me to a degree and makes me open to other ways of knowing and sensing. And these ways of knowing and sensing are ways that maybe have not been so accepted in the academic institution. So this childlike nature inspired by the disposable camera, I believe, is a dissident nature and can be an effective tool for decolonizing and enriching research inquiry in the digital humanities. Once I've made a photo with a disposable camera, it is gone. I cannot go back and review the image in the moment. I can't go back to check if I got it right. The image lives in the camera and in my mind's eye until the roll is completed, processed, scanned, which often takes months. And this gives every moment a sense of sacredness and indispensability within a structure of disposability. And the disposable camera also forces us to question our existing notions of value. The disposable camera itself is not a highly valuable item, although they are still quite expensive, but at first, when you get a disposable camera, its value is determined by its blankness, by the fact that it is new, by the fact that it typically has 27 or 36 opportunities for unknown images to be made. However, the more photos I take on a camera or make on a camera, the more past it acquires, and thus the more its value transforms. So over time and use, the value of the disposable camera, to me as a photographer, becomes increasingly determined by the camera's memory, by its past, rather than its potential, its future. And I know time's getting short, but I'm going to wrap up shortly. So this idea of the past and the future and value can be likened with the concept of African personhood. According to Menkiti, and I quote, "In African thought, time's movement was generally from the present to the past, so that the more of a past one has, the more standing as a person one also has. In this regard, a remark to the effect, 'I'm looking forward to my own past,' would be a remark well placed within this thought system," end quote. So in South Africa, there is much respect, trust, and belief placed in the unseen world and the living dead. And in the same way, I must trust that the image in the disposable camera will be there after its hard plastic body goes to be developed and recycled, hopefully, into its next life. Returning to me 36 digital artifacts from the future to be looked forward to in the past. Thank you for taking a walk with me in the middle today, and that brings me full circle to the end and the beginning.
Wonderful. Thank you, Robin, for this very interesting presentation. I was fascinated to hear all these connections between.
I'm just reading the chat.
Yes.
And yeah, open to any questions you might have, or any comments, or any feedback.
Great. Yes.
No, I would be writing there because Robin cannot hear from this stage, otherwise the sound starts circulating. So I'm writing.
Yeah, I'll just hang out here until you guys tell me to go.
Jenna will.
But I wish I was there having lunch with you all or something. But let me perhaps go back to my contact details if anyone wants to get in touch.
Yeah. So Jenna, tell Robin that it was truly interesting, and would she elaborate a little bit about the interconnection between death and living in the context of disposable camera? Because I would be interested to hear a little bit more behind this idea of using a disposable camera as a kind of mediator between a living sphere and the sphere of death.
Oh, I see your question, Katri. So it was, can you add more to the death and living in the context of the disposable camera? How to use disposable camera as a mediator between these different spheres of living. I'm just pausing to think about your question. It's a great question. So I guess if memory and the camera and photography is so much linked to concepts of death. And I'm not sure if this is going to answer your question, but what I often think about is how in the online space of Facebook and that, how our memories and these photographs that we upload, they're curated and packaged for us and almost sold back to us as a gift. And with the disposable camera, although there is a lack of control or less control, because you don't have control over the settings and the light and all those things with the disposable camera as a tool, there is almost more control to a degree of one's memories and the way that they are, I guess, packaged or curated. I'm not sure if that is really answering a question. It's more of a tangent thought. But I think really the connection I'm making between the dead and the living, and what connects, I guess, all analog photography to that concept for me, is the trust in the unseen. So we live in such a sort of visual culture, or Western visual culture, and things of sensing are often not as valued, and especially in academia. And yeah, with the disposable camera, I feel like I'm when I'm working with it, I'm more attuned to sensing things. And in the same way with the living dead, or the realm of the dead, whatever your belief systems are, that is a world that is unseen and is largely sensed. So I guess that is one of the links I'm trying to make there. As I said, I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but thank you. If I didn't, you're also welcome to email me or to
it answered well.
Tell me in the chat.
Any other questions from the audience or remarks? Danny has something.
Yeah, thank you. I just would like to ask you about you mentioned that the disposable camera help you to tune in with the reality. This is what I would like you to elaborate on this, because it sounds interesting for me. Thank you.
So some elaborating on tune in.
Danny, I would just like to ask, disposable camera can be tuned into reality. Can you elaborate on this? Yeah, so, I mean, I guess that's a great question. And I think if I can compare it to something which would be photographing with a digital camera, I mean, reality is subjective, but I guess tuning into a moment or focusing with something. If I'm working with a digital camera or my cell phone or something, I can go back and look at that photo. I can go and edit it. I can see, I can get distracted or sucked into the digital quite quickly. And when I'm working with a disposable camera, I feel like I can be more present. And I think this comes up a lot when people speak about, the benefits of analog photography. But yeah, the moment feels more sacred in a way, whatever it is I'm photographing, even if it's like, a piece of plastic. But I guess that is what I mean. I can tune into reality. Maybe it's not tuning so much into reality, but tuning into that moment, that image, that object, that space or feeling that I am trying to capture with the camera is more, I feel I can do that more easily in a sense with the disposable camera.
Thank you, Robin.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that answers your question. Sure.
Any questions from our online audience? Not yet, at least.
And I guess, sorry, just to add on, Danny, it's like it's that thing of control. I think we want to control so much, and we use technology to control so much in our lives. And with a disposable camera, I'm slightly more released or freed from that. So yeah.
Any other comments? Oh, there is one coming.
I have a question relating to the snapshot methodology. You said that you shoot these images on solitary walks, and I'm curious if you only carry the camera with you during such walks, or if you carry the camera with you all the time. And yeah, I guess that's enough of a question.
Katri, I have a question related to snapshot methodology. You say you take pictures during walks. Do you always carry your camera with you? That's a good question, and it definitely changes. Yes, I do usually take my camera on walks with me, but it really depends on how I feel. Sometimes I want to walk without absolutely anything, and yeah, sometimes I do take my disposable camera with me. But most of my walking that I do is kind of aimless. Sometimes I will take my disposable camera and not even, make a picture, but it'll just be there with me. Yeah, and I think that's also another thing with the disposable camera, walking alone as a woman, in maybe unsafe areas, or our bodies are vulnerable, and I think walking with a disposable camera, I feel a lot sort of less concerned about safety and things like that, just because I know I was speaking about value, and I guess that's also an interesting thing. The more photographs I have taken on the disposable camera, the more valuable it feels. So sometimes I won't, take it to certain places where, it might get damaged or broken or lost or something. So I don't always carry my disposable camera, but sometimes I do. It really just depends on how I feel.
Thank you, Robin. Any other questions or comments from the audience? Or from our online audience? No, not yet. Very good. Just checking. Yes. So if there are no more questions, then we thank you a lot, Robin, for this presentation, and take a little break as a bit tech break to have the next presenter online.
Great, thank you so much. It was wonderful to be here, and I hope everyone enjoys Rafaela's talk up next. Bye.
Wonderful. So we have a little bit time just to check that everything's in order. and Rafaela Linders will begin her presentation 11:15. So we will continue here and in online. And we have next Rafaela Cosima Tandeka Linders from also Rhodes University, South Africa, who's doing practice-based exploration, drawing on analog photography and video footage, taken on a journey from Durban, South Africa to Zanzibar, Tanzania. Welcome, Rafaela. Wonderful that you're with us here through this digital technology, talking about analog photography and video.
This is quite surreal talking to myself. I think my video is working. I don't know if it's working. Yeah, such a privilege to be here, and it's great to be online with all of you. My name is Rafaela Linders, and I'm a PhD Fine Art Practice-based candidate at Rhodes University in Makanda, South Africa. For this presentation, I'll be taking you through a component of my Masters of Fine Art titled Camera Cuts, Shot Ends. Consider this the beginning of a journey. Robbie Perros, a dear friend of mine who has just presented and about whom you will hear and see throughout this presentation, and I went on a journey together from Durban, South Africa to Zanzibar, Tanzania. We traveled by minibus, train, and 2 boats. We wanted to document our trip in some form. We had a Sony Handycam, a 35mm camera, and Robin had a disposable camera. We were aware of the privilege that we had as white middle-class women traveling through Southern Africa, and we wanted to find a way to explore this. To allow the setting. Is that better? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, is that better? Okay, sorry. Should I just carry on or start again? Okay, all right, let's go back to the beginning of the journey. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Rafaela Linders. I'm a PhD Fine Art Practice-based candidate at Rhodes University in Makanda, South Africa. For this presentation, I'll be taking you through a component of my Masters of Fine Art titled Camera Cuts, Shot Ends. Consider this the beginning of a journey. Robbie Perros, a dear friend of mine, and who has just presented and whom you will hear and see throughout this presentation, and I decided to go on a trip together from Durban, South Africa to Zanzibar, Tanzania. We traveled by minibus, 2 boats, and a train. We wanted to document our trip in some form. We had a Sony Handycam, a 35mm camera, and Robin had a disposable camera. We were aware of the privilege that we had as white middle-class women traveling through Southern Africa, and we wanted to find a way to explore this. We spoke a lot about what we wanted to document. Both of us wanted to try and figure out why we felt uneasy when we saw our image of self and the representation of reality on social media, namely Instagram. I had always been interested in trying to capture reality. We thought of doing this by photographing and filming what we did not find in conventional representations of the traveler. We wanted to explore what it means to be a woman navigating different spaces and what it meant to be photographed and filmed by a friend. We wanted to consider how it felt to be photographed in intimate moments, the mundane moments, the nuances of life, such as the day-to-day rituals of sleeping, eating, and tending to the body. We asked, will we perform for the other? Will we perform for the image of ourselves? Will we change our day-to-day actions and movements of our limbs because there's a camera? We knew we didn't want to photograph other people. Instead of pointing the camera outward, we wanted to turn it inward. These were all things we were thinking about as we started photographing and filming each other as we traveled. If you can't see this video, there will be a link shared. Getting ready to go for a walk in Livingstonia, Malawi. Transcript. Rafi. It's been nice not taking pictures on your phone, because I feel as soon as I take pictures on a phone, Rubs, yeah? Rafi, you always analyze your body way more. Rafaela twirls her hair between her fingers. Rubs, I know. Rafi, I'm sure I'll feel like that when we get Rubs, when we start looking at the footage. Rafi, or not even the footage, but like the pictures developed. But it's so nice not having that now. Rubs, the anxiety the whole time? Rafi, yeah. Rubs, I was actually thinking of that yesterday. It's such an intense effect that it has when you see a photo of yourself and you don't look the way you want to look. I don't know, for me I get so emotional about it. I can't just let it go. It's so strange. Camera zooms into Rafaela still putting sun cream on. Rafi, did you hear? Oh no, you weren't there. Yesterday, those Americans, they were taking a picture with their friends, whatever, and it was immediate. It was like straight after. It was like, oh no, I look horrible in that shot. Rubs, Rafi, but we all do that. Rubs, I know. Rafi, it's so weird how our perceptions of ourselves are actually different to what the camera, pause, we perform to what we think we should look like, yeah? Rubs, no, yeah, that's true. But I was just about to say, it's funny, with the amount of pictures that we take of ourselves, you would think that you have grown accustomed to the way you look. Rafi, exactly. Camera cuts, shot ends. The above transcript is a conversation captured while I was getting ready for a walk. We are trying to figure out what the image means and why one feels so uncomfortable and unsettled by the idea of the image of self. To understand why Robin gets so emotional about it, I turn to Roland Barthes's theory of the image in Camera Lucido, Reflections on Photography. Reflecting on the strange relationship between image and subject established by the act of photographing, Barthes argues that the photograph is the advent of myself as other, a cunning disassociation of consciousness from identity. Photography for Barthes initiates a rupture of what was otherwise a coherent identity. It can be said that Robin gets so emotional about it because through the process of image making, she sees the image of herself as other. She disassociates herself from herself, and this is a threat to her identity. To understand the confusion as why our inward perception of self is different to the reception of the image of self, and Robin's questioning on why we never become accustomed to the way one looks, I look at what we expect the image of self to be. Barth speaks about a delicate moral texture of the self that we expect the photograph to capture, not a mimicry. We can understand this moral texture as something that is able to encapsulate all aspects of self in one image. We expect the image to capture and represent the intellect of our mind, the assertiveness of a step, the complexity of friendship, the bitterness and the forgetfulness of rage, and the twitch of the nose when you are being watched, when you know you are being watched. But instead, we are presented with just one layer within the delicate moral texture of the image of self, a mimicry. Thus, this process of visually capturing the authentic self is ultimately an ambiguous project. As Barthes further describes it, in front of the lens, I'm at the same time the one I think I am, the one I want others to think I am, the one the photographer thinks I am, and the one he makes use to exhibit his art. In this process of self-mimicry, in which one keeps on trying to imitate or show a different version of oneself, Bass suggests that subjects invariably suffer from a sensation of inauthenticity. We are never satisfied with a singular image or video of self, as it freezes the self. It does not allow for change to move. It fixes one. The physical act of taking photographs while traveling. Even though we are aware that we might feel a sense of inauthenticity when we eventually develop the photographs and look at the footage, we both feel a sense of relief that we are not confronted with the fixed image of self while traveling. By making the decision to take analog photographs, we were able to be more present and less fearful of the mimicry, the image of self. We felt that we didn't have to reattempt to take an image over and over again to fulfill this desire to represent a delicate moral texture. Rather, we can be present with the self that is experiencing the physical reality of the journey. To further understand the image and how it fixes one, and the uneasiness we feel when we see an image of self, we can look at the constructionist approach to representation. In the constructionist approach, Hall suggests that meaning is constructed through representational systems, concepts, and signs. Thus, meaning is constructed through language. In this approach, we acknowledge that individuals who use these representational systems cannot fix meaning to language. Furthermore, this approach suggests that one should not confuse the material world and the symbolic practices and processes through which representation, meaning, and language operate with one another. Thus, representations simply stand in for, they signify the material world in which we exist. This separation between our symbolic systems and the material world is a difficult one to keep in mind when we consider the visual representation of a self. The representations we make about the self attribute meaning to and try to fix or erase the slipperiness of the meaning of the signifier, the self. In our attempt to fix the meaning of the self, we confuse the material self with the symbolic self, the representations of the self. How does one know then that the image or video of self is able to convey the real self? Musing over this conundrum, I look at the relationship between authenticity and representation, considering the possibilities of constructing a representation of an authentic traveling self. Authenticity is researched not in essentialist terms, but as mediated authenticity. Enley describes mediated authenticity as a social construction which traffics in representations of reality. This further highlights the strange space between representations and the material world, a paradox in which he further states, we base most of our knowledge about our society and the world in which we live on mediated representations of reality, yet we remain well aware that the media are constructed, manipulated, and even faked. Mediated authenticity is achieved through various production techniques that enhance the illusion of authenticity. These are often agreed upon conventions between producer and audience. Through the process of photographing and filming intimate moments and mundane tasks, Robin and I questioned the expectations that the audience might have about how individuals in travel images and videos should act. To explore the ambiguities that arise when attempting to visually capture this authentic traveling self, Robin and I try to make the camera part of our daily life, an extension of ourselves. By making the camera part of our day-to-day rituals, we wanted to see if we were able to stop posing in order to accomplish what is expected of us. Asking instead, in what ways is it possible to capture and represent a fragmented but natural or authentic self visually? We explored whether it is possible to break away from the genre conventions of the authentic traveler, that shape how one represents an authentic self. Rather than filming each other at touristic landmarks and picturing ourselves using the conventional formats that are expected of an authentic tourist experience, we photographed intimate moments and vulnerable discussions in which we reflexively looked at what it means to represent the authentic self. Furthermore, turning the camera inward was an attempt to critically interrogate our privilege as white women traveling. The accepted touristic lens is one that is often turned outward, one that speaks for the landscape and the people, and we attempted to not repeat this convention. So, what does one do when one is finally confronted with a fixed image of self? I turned to my artistic practice as a means of confronting this fixed image of the photographs and the video in an attempt to recreate, reinterpret, and confront its fixedness. I used a dialogue between the analog photographs and the footage that were taken on the journey as a foundation for my Masters of Fine Art practical submission. Camera cuts shot ends included 3 different installations at 3 different locations. Through my artistic practice, I attempted to show the construction of representation and a self that is fragmented rather than fixed. The first of the installation is Docile Bodies, in which I explore the dominant representations of an authentic traveling self. Docile Bodies is a documentary video and analog images included following Robin and I as we go on our journey, and this is made to be seen in a conventional cinema theatre. The audience holds the gaze. It is light-hearted and easy to watch. This is the first installation that the audience experienced. The second installation, titled Looking Back, attempts to be an antithesis to Docile Bodies. In Looking Back, the footage is a repetitive montage of me looking directly at the viewer, returning the gaze of the audience. I project this looking back footage onto a mirror. This projection onto the mirror bounces back onto a wall, where you see the mirrored image of me looking back. The mirror picks up this mirror image, and you see a third reflection of me looking back in the mirror. My body is thus mirrored 3 times. Through repetitive editing, I attempt to separate myself from my representation of self, while implicating the viewer in the image of self. The third and last installation is titled Writing the Self. In this installation, I show a written account of a scene, giving the audience freedom of imagination, just for a moment, and then they see the visuals of the written scene. In this installation, I attempt to regain agency of the image of self through re-representation. The physical act of taking an analog photograph allowed us to be more present with our material experience of self when traveling. The feeling of inauthenticity was minimized due to the nature of not being able to immediately see the image of self. Responding to the feeling of inauthenticity when confronted with the symbolic representation of self, namely the analog photographs and digital footage from the journey, I used artistic practice to see if one could, through representation, speak to the fragmented self. At the end of this project, I came full circle and ended with a further question. Can one even, through representation, speak to the fragmented self? For the essence of representation is to fix, and thus the antithesis of fragmentation. So can it be, in the same way that failing authenticity seems to be the only authentic thing to do, that failing in representing the fragmented self is the only way to represent the self? The end. Thank you very much. Let me know if you've got any comments or questions. I think I'll get them.
Thank you, Rafaela. Wonderful, interesting presentation. I would ask something, Jenna, if you right. There is at the moment on Instagram and other social media quite a large amount of analog photography coming and more coming all the time on social media environment. How would you see your own work like reflected to that or in that context? Do you see that somehow this need of sharing analog photography on social media is somehow a reaction to this kind of need of authenticity or something like that?
Katri, there's at the moment on Instagram and other social media a large amount of photography. How do you see your own work reflected in that content? Do you see that somehow this media sharing of analog photography is somehow a reaction? Sorry. Well, that's a very interesting question. I think this whole project was in some ways a response to social media and Instagram and the representation of reality on it and the feeling one feels when you see different people's realities represented. And I definitely think that analog photography is a response to the image of self, I'm speaking specifically to the image of self, but to this quick-paced representation of the selfie on social media. And for me personally, it really was a response to that uneasiness when seeing the self, and then especially shared on social media. So by taking the analog photograph of the self, or just my experience, I'm able to just let that be the moment instead of fearing this mimicry, you know, this image of self. Doesn't mean I feel a sense of inauthenticity when I see the image of self. But yeah, this is in response to social media. And I find it quite difficult to share images on Instagram. I think the last photograph I posted was about 2 years ago, and it's difficult when your medium is photographic, and that's how people are sharing, or people share work. So it's still a dilemma I'm in. Thank you for your question. I hope that answered it.
Thank you, Rafaela. Any other questions or comments on Rafaela's? Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like you to talk a little bit more about the concept of mediator of representation, because it wasn't so clear for me. What did you mean with this?
If you're a mediator of
representation, this is how I listen.
Yes. Yeah. Elaborating on that maybe.
Danny, I would like you to talk more about the concepts of mediator of representation. So, what about the concept of mediator talk?
Or was it the one we can also try to elaborate?
Do you mean me as a mediator of representation?
What does she mean?
Or mediated authenticity, or mediated representation? Let me just think.
They were quite difficult concepts, some of them. So.
Well, I suppose I can. Mediator. So mediator is just the construction or the processes that go in into creating an image, and especially in the tourism industry, to create an authentic image or authentic construction of representation of a tourist. So if we look at the sense of authenticity while traveling, it's mediated in the way that you'll get places that offer an authentic experience, and that is a constructed experience. It's mediated through certain production techniques. So in imagery or photographic imagery, touristic imagery, you will have certain landmarks that are constructed, and then there's certain mediated tools that construct that convention. So I suppose we all mediators when we're taking the photograph. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the audience? I could ask one more. How did you feel when you saw these analog photographs later on? Did they still feel authentic somehow, or more authentic than digital ones, or the ones you take by phone? And why, basically?
I'm reading your question. How did you feel when you saw these analog photographs later on? Did they still feel authentic somehow, or more authentic than digital ones, or ones you take by phone? And if so, why? So we actually recorded the conversation that when Robin and I got the images back, when they got developed, and I definitely think, obviously a time had passed, so I think it was 6 months after the journey that we got them developed, and they definitely felt a sense of authenticity, because we had often forgotten those moments, or those moments were fleeting, and we captured those moments. So we didn't have an image of the self from that moment in our memory. So it felt authentic to see that image, because it was as if we were seeing that image for the first time. So it just felt, it also, I suppose aesthetics also falls into it, or the construction of authenticity in the aesthetics of analog photography. That also fell into it, the textures and the materiality of it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Rafaela? Well, if not, then we thank you, Rafaela, and thank you for the presentation, and hi from everybody here, from the interested audience. And
thank you very much. I look forward to hearing everyone else's presentation. I hope you all have a lovely lunch. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Rafaela. And now indeed we have our lunch time starts here soon, and we will continue at 1 p.m. Helsinki time by our first keynote speaker, Laurent Mier, his presentation from 1 o'clock, and then after that we have a small break, and then presentations from our other presentators continue. But now I think it's time for lunch. Okay, and now we are on again. Hi everybody, and hello also to our online audience. Here we are again in the process space of Finnish Museum of Photography, and now we are getting our first keynote lecture. I could say many things of Laurent Mier's career, which is extensive. His works belong many collections of many museums, But I don't really want to talk about that because I'm more interested in the work itself that he's doing. For an artist working with analog techniques, Mia's work makes you gasp. There are so many techniques and so many approaches and so amazing combinations he's using. He moves effortlessly in the sphere of photography, embracing everything from salt, platinum and cyanotype prints to GAMP bichromate techniques, and even the one kind of techniques I've never even heard of, basically seeing and interpreting the vast universe of photographic art through his unique vision. Although there's an emphasis on the darkroom and tactile and hand-printed, Mia is not a stranger either to even to newer innovations like video and even 3D design. There was in some of your, was it like this computer-based in equivalent? No, maybe just video then. I noticed. I was quite amazed that you're also using video there. It looked quite interesting. Mia's work may be called artistic research or observing and creating, or just simply art, I'd say, or any combination of these terms which finally don't tell us too much about the universe in which he's navigating. But I'm totally thrilled of having you here with us, Laurent, and thank you for coming to Helsinki to our small symposium of artistic research on analog photography. Welcome.
Thanks. Even though I'm kind of used to talk about my work, it's always a sort of new challenge every time I try to do it, because of course it's different depending on the context that I'm in. And as I was preparing the conference, I've been trying to be clear with myself about what is this strange thing of picking all these techniques and trying to say things with them, and what is this? How does that involve this certain relationship with time, with materiality, with representation, and what kind of articulation is there between these elements and with time? And I think that constantly over the different body of works that I've been developing since for 20 years, I try to have a new approach every time to combine a subject, a technique, and the field of historical or memorial references. I think everything started from the point that I realized that things need to disappear to start to exist for us as photographs and for us photographers. Let's remember, the origin, the legend of the origin of the image with Dibutad, the daughter of the Greek potter, who is drawing the profile of her lover who is about to go to war. And she's drawing the profile of her lover with a piece of ash on the wall. If the guy is not living, there is no portrait, because otherwise we can't see the profile. We can't see the sign, we can't see the print, the representation. If the guy is not living for war, the shadow is still there, and there is no difference between the line and the shadow. So the things have to disappear to start to exist for us. And therefore, we don't talk about history, because history involves a perfect, exhaustive not reconstitution, rendering of the facts of everything. We talk about memory because memory, to exist, really needs oblivion. You need to forget things and make choices to remember some other things. If you remember everything, you can't remember everything. So oblivion and memory are working together. We have to create the conditions of disappearance to produce traces. And traces at the same time are producing the desire to see things again. I have always in mind the etymology of the word desire. Desire comes from the Latin word sidereus, which means stars. To be in desire, to be desiderio means to be deprivated of the light, deprivated of the stars. So today I will talk about memory more than history, about maybe more images than photography, about technique as a door open on some confusion of times, and about the absence and about the missing images. From the beginning, an image is missing in the sky. This series called Cyanometer. At the origin was I'm going to depict what it is exactly. It's a suite, a series of 12 patches of blue. Of cyanotype blue, monochrome. On the lower part of the image, and on the upper part, one can see my hands drawing some ellipses. This series was inspired by an invention of an 18th century scientist called Saussure. Saussure developed, was trying to study the density of the blue of the sky. And to do that, he made a sort of, I think I have a picture, yeah, it's 50, about more than 50 shades of blue from the clearest to the deepest. Of course, it's not blue made of cyanotype, it's blue made of ink. And he made several items like this, and they were shared between him and his assistants, and they were in different places at the same time and taking notes of the density of the sky depending of the altitude, depending of the direction they were looking at, depending of the hour of the day. And this object in itself was a beautiful discovery for me. So I wanted to adapt, in a way, this idea, but with a different technological context, which is the one which is offered by the cyanotype. The cyanotype was is a way to create some blue with the light itself. In fact, as here the purpose is to measure the blue. In fact, the blue of the sky is at the same time the thing which is turning the piece of paper into blue, and at the same time the thing that I'm trying to represent. So it's the matter and the subject at the same time. And the hands above it are, in fact, on the same piece of paper, I've printed the two pictures. It's the lower. First, I printed the blue, and then I printed with it's inkjet print. The upper part was printed with the machine, and representing my hands drawing ellipses, which are literally representing the reasons of the variation of the blue, because the stars are moving, and so the density is, of course, is moving in correspondence with the places where the stars are between each other. And the shadows are moving in the upper part of the, while I'm drawing the ellipses, the shadow is moving, proving that this thing is in action, and that the blue is not the same. Having this rectangular piece of blue, and the fact, and this idea of drawing, of determining a rectangular shape in the sky, takes us also, as I was talking about Dibutad, the daughter of the potter, but in this case, and what I want to say is that I'm gonna give you a lot of interpretations of my work today, which are in relationship with the history of art or certain fields of aesthetics. But what I have to say is that most of the time I don't think about that before. Usually I have a sort of intuition when I make the work, and then there is a sort of challenge for me which consists to try to know what is behind that idea which is not from me. What has been going through me that make me at a certain moment produce this thing. How this image is, what is this image the produce of, historically or memory speaking? And in this case, like few months after doing that series, I realized that, you know what is the templum in the Roman antiquity? The templum is the square in the sky which is drawn by the augurs. The augurs are, with a stick, they are tracing a virtual square in the sky. And in this square, or rectangular, called templum, they are waiting or expecting some signs, like, say, a bird, a cloud, anything that can happen, a variation of light. And these signs allow them to predict the future. And if a sign comes from the right and goes to the left, it's sinister, it's bad. If the sign comes from the left and goes to the right, it's dexter, it's good. And still, today, our relationship to images is based on this idea that some signs, the Roman painters started to build paintings from this idea of a square in which the principal image is not present. Like the augurs are looking at signs which are predicting something which is not there, which is coming in the future. And this has been influencing a lot the way the Romans were making images. When they were making a painting or a mosaic representation, the climax of the story is never represented. It's always suggested. It's not there. They are bringing together some signs, but the climax is not there. Like the augurs are seeing some signs, and what they are predicting is not there in the sky, literally. And so I'm kind of amazed sometimes of the way ideas are traveling through time, and how perceptions, contemporary perceptions, through certain materialities, certain places, certain ways of acting, are making these old ideas coming back to us. And so my work is all about that, and all about the amazement how it is marvelous to me to find myself caught into this sort of time confusion and time appearances of things that are coming from before, and suddenly I'm in there, and I think I have a view of the whole of them. Yeah, here it is. So it's kind of it's like a movie too. The upper part is more like a movie. The lower one is more like a series of patches. Sometimes this meeting with time and techniques and the materiality of the world and this sort of untimely presence as can happen in a landscape. These are some abandoned quarries that are not so far from the place where I live. They were extracting some limestone. The first time I've been there, I was caught between different feelings. The amazement, because the place is just crazy with the presence of the rocks and the more or less parallelepipedic remains of the stone extraction. The presence of the vegetation, which is invading everything, and the almost architectural value of the rocks, of the remaining rocks. And this gave me the feeling of walking in a painting of Le Lorrain. I don't know if you're familiar with Claude Le Lorrain, which is a 17th century painter who represented a lot of I might have a picture of that. Some runes, a lot of runes, Roman runes. He was representing the littoral also. Comment on fait là? Yeah. There was something between vegetation, between the artificiality of this landscape that took me into the feeling that I was kind of walking in a landscape, in a painting. So I started to make some 8x10 photographs of the place. And so I was caught between this feeling of walking in a picture, and at the same time I was very much afraid of the danger, because it's kind of a dangerous place, and I was afraid of falling in a hole, because you know, in the quarries you never know where they've been digging and extracting, and sometimes it can be quite tricky to be there safely. And so I was always worried, and as I was making the pictures, I was always in tension. At some point, I realized that there was no reason to worry, because I was already inside the void. The places where these people had been extracting the stones were the places where I was walking. There was a sort of this void. In fact, this part of the quarries where I was walking and making the pictures, they were a sort of architecture by subtraction. yeah. Minus subtraction, is it right? Okay. So the architecture in disorder that had been, no, in fact, the rocks were selected and extracted with certain particular parallelepipedic shapes, depending of the architectural project they had, and so they were thinking a little bit of an architecture that had to be built later in another place. They were starting to think about it in this place at a certain moment, and they were projecting the architecture to come in the mass in the volume of the initial quarry, and then they were extracting it. And so I was walking in the previous presence of an architecture in disorder. So there was some these very different ideas of first this sort of mannerist classical vision of a pictorial landscape in like the English used to do it later when they were building gardens to imitate the painting I've shown you, and on the other hand, I was realizing that I was in a spatial landscape that was articulating the ideas of the modern, articulating the ideas that are the ones of the European avant-garde of the 1920s, when they try to think about the new relationship with architecture, and especially you were talking about the fourth dimension, you know, with the tesseract and the way the Stil tried to deconstruct the architecture and make it enter into a new dimension, which is time. And this landscape is kind of articulating that, because I'm going through an invisible and no more present, in a way, architecture, part of it, or it's the negative of the initial architecture, which is still there. And this architecture has been displaced in some other place of the world where it's been built. And where is it? And so I started to imagine what kind of more personal, I need to build things very often. And so I was wondering in which way I could handle this question of the remaining space, the disappeared architectures, the disappeared, and the way the quarriers were projecting the architecture, or the needed rock blocks in the volume, how they were. I guess it was a mix of necessity, of knowledge of geology, but they were able in a way to scan the volume, to predict where they would extract this volume more than this one in a place. And so I started to build a sort of plan of these missing parts. And so I did these small models with small glass pieces of glass that I glued together, and they were. I had like 15 or 20 different parts that I was combining together, and sometimes it was inspired of a very precise place in the quarries, and I was kind of filling the void with some possibilities offered by my small assemblage. And sometimes it was more imaginary. I was just kind of playing with that. By doing so, I found myself again into this amazing period of the 1920s, when the glass architecture was starting to appear, and I don't know if you're familiar with that, but there was this poet called Paul Scherbart who was dreaming of an architecture that was made of glass and that was imperceptible in the forest. An architecture that would be present everywhere but almost invisible, but there. And of course, this is the axonometric views of Wandersburg. Another, Malevich did that to teach architecture and to have also a quite free relationship with this kind of objects. They were also composed of different parts that he was assembling and trying different variations with that. So the more I was building these small models, the more I realized how they were connecting to some other parts of history, but I was trying to reconnect them in a different way. And I was thinking about a show at that time, and in this show I wanted to include this. To me, this, well, we can see that the way this landscape is looking and the way it is kind of bringing up these references from the 1920s, and the fact that I'm making that in 2012 or 13, I can't remember, makes a very strange relationship in time, in terms of time association. And one of the reasons why I was also amazed after some time to use the collodion, the ambrotype. Yeah, I didn't say that, but the view with the smaller glass, the glass model was photographed with ambrotype. And I don't know if you know that this. You know what is the Claude's glass? The Claude's glass is this pieces of black glass painted. The back was painted in black. That was used by the travelers or the artists of the 17th century. And this black glass made easier the drawing of a landscape. People were looking at the black glass instead of looking at the real landscape. So I like this idea of that to represent something, you have to turn your back to it. And you have to look at the representation of it. And in fact, what happens is that you're turning the back to the thing you're looking at, and you're not looking at the thing at the landscape you have in front of you, because you look at the small image which is on the glass. And of course, for those who know the ambrotype process, there is such a strong connection between this black glass and the black and the materiality of the ambrotype, if it's not on tin, of course. But from the moment it's on glass, there is a quite amazing relationship between the two. And sometimes these glasses were not straight; they were slightly curved, which made the picture concentrate. Inside there was a deformation, but it was slightly concentrated inside the glass. There is this book from Georges Didier Huberman, who is a French historian of art. And he wrote this book about the strong relationship that one can find between the minimalist sculpture and the grave. Like if you think, well, obviously if you think about Tony Smith die, you know, 6 feet wide, high in depth cube of black metal, and the title, of course. But not only that, but the works of Carl André or Ad Reinhardt or Richard Serra have strong relationships with this dimension of disparition. How do you say that? Or with death or disappearance. And this is from Fra Angelico, the Last Judgment. It's a detail. And there comes again this history about the missing part, about the square, about the black square or rectangular shape that I was talking about in the first series. And there it recalls, of course, quite strongly the materiality of the black ambrotype picture and the relationship it has with the disappearance of the subject. This is an exhibition I did from some of the works that were inspired of these quarries. So I decided to have some very large prints that I did from the original pictures. It's not digital printing. I really did some 2 meters high prints from those big like that collagen negatives. And just for the anecdote, I was kind of amazed of the accuracy and the definition of the print. And it was the negatives were like that, and the prints were 2 meters, and there was no grain. The thing was just crazy. I had seen nothing like that before. And I wanted that these models, that these big pictures could be as big, almost as big as an architecture, and I wanted them to become a sort of sculpture, and at the same time, the pedestal of this sculpture. The image has different status from the moment it is as big and representing this small architectural item. It involves a quite complex relationship with representation and the physical presence of the image. On the first, what we see on the ground is, as I was thinking about transparency, I realized also that this very utopian idea of an invisible architecture that start to appear in the 1920s is also conditioning some more problematic aspects of social life and political life of that time. The need for transparency that was in Russia during the Stalinian period crushed the destiny of a lot of artists, and so I did 3 sort of I tried to recall 3 destinies. So Mandelstam, Mayakovsky, and Malevich. All the 3 were killed, literally or directly or less directly by Stalin at that time. And so I did some large collagen prints on some glass plates, and I wanted to have them between being erected and being almost on the stage to fall and break. They were very fragile, and you see how these glass plates are in tension. They were like 60 or 70 centimeters high, and they were just sliced, not sliced, but there was just a small hole line, let's say, in the wood on the ground, and the plates were just put like that, and they were always I broke some of them. They were very close to break all the time, and the piece of wood is covered with lead, which is to me the exact opposite in terms of materiality to the transparency of glass, because the lead is, the matter that is the metal which is used to close things. And at the same time, it had the visual properties to offer a sort of double lecture of the pictures. These pictures of Mayakovsky on his deathbed, as he just committed suicide, is sometimes seen in positive, sometimes in negative, depending the place where we are. And by the way, I tried to give a sort of a double lecture or give this sort of double interpretation that can be done about transparency. It's a sort of grave for these three guys. Initially, I did some slides of books in which there was those pictures of Mayakovsky, Mandelstam, and Malevich, and then I used these slides to print the ambrotypes. And sometimes the images become almost invisible also. I like that. Speaking about those imperceptible architectures, I was, you see how it's like an iron string. You start the labyrinth and things keep coming. Well, it's not every project like that, but when it happens, it's like rewarding. And so I had these things in mind about all what I've said about these quarries. And then I have this invitation from the Musée de la Chasse in Paris. I don't know if you're familiar with that place, the Museum of the Hunt and Nature. And it's like a giant curiosity cabinet. It's a marvelous place. And the curator proposed me to make a work for them, for an exhibition. And so I had some books of some different symposium and colloquies that they had published. And one of them was talking about the hunt, how can I say that in English? Merde. It consists about organizing a hunt with canvas hunt, that's the term. Canvas hunt. It was definitely a royal hunt because the the material aspects of organizing such a hunt were so heavy, so laborious, so huge, that only the richest could afford it. And this hunt consisted into the construction of, during the night preceding the hunt, they were building a sort of maze made of canvases in the forest. And this maze had to circulate between the bushes, the trees, all the things that compose the forest. And this maze is a sort of a very authoritarian architecture, but which is not destroying anything, apparently. And what was happening the day after, some people were frightening the game, and pushing it toward the entrance of the maze. And so, pushed by the fear, those big animals like boars and how do you call the ones with the wide horns? The deers are the bigger ones than the deers. It's not elk, it's, I can't remember. Anyway, the biggest animals of the forest of that time. And so they were pushing them, frightening them, so that they would run all the way through the maze and arrive at the extremity of the maze. And there was waiting for them the king. And the king was killing with the highest people of the court. They were killing those animals under the eyes of an audience that was there, sitting, as we can see on the painting, sitting on some, like a theater. So there was, the king was there to prove that he is having a power over the nature, over the most powerful animals, and he was doing that himself. I mean, François I in France was killing the animals himself. So there was some people to secure the thing if a boar was jumping over him or if there was a danger. But they were killing them with knives and spear. And so I like, to me, this idea of this authoritarian architecture in the forest who is there to serve the political views of the king, and there was some very common points of, a lot of contact points with the previous transparent architecture I was talking about. And so I made this, still this rectangular shape comes again, expecting not for birds, but there for some boars or whatever signs coming from the forest to cross them. And it's also a sort of exercise on perspective. And so I did this, this construction with ropes, white ropes, in the forest. They were tied with some smaller ropes that it's possible to see on the. In fact, it's every print is about 2 meters high, and so it's like a 4.5 meters triptych, which is almost like a window open on the forest. This is the version I did with the ambrotype, which is the one I favor. I knew that in the green-red context of the forest, the white ropes would be very vivid, very visible with the orthochromatic process. So. I did few other experiences like constructions of pavilions, or I was handling these things like plans. It was like a plan in volume or a 3D experience on a computer, except that it's real and it's not really very precise. Speaking about transparency, I realized while I was doing these pictures that the ambrotype has a special way to be seen, to be looked at, because in fact the most darkest part of the ambrotype is the white, because the white is absolutely opaque and shiny, and this is why we see it, because it's reflecting light. And thinking that the white is opaque is kind of surprising to me. And at the same time, the black is a transparency, because the black, in fact, is not part of the image directly. It's the black which is behind the glass plate. So there's a sort of inversion of the symbolic values we are putting on these two terms of black and white. Usually black is more transparent, is more, and black is more an opaque thing. And there, in this case, the black is seen in, transparency, and the white by reflection. And This is some glass transcriptions of some Wandersburg drawings. The previous view is, this is an ambrotype too. These two. This is one of the views of Bruno Todt. Bruno Todt was working with Paul Scherbart, and they were Todt, as he was not so much involved into some real architectural projects in the 1910s. He produced, during the war especially, he produced this book called Alpine Architecture, in which he was dreaming of some sort of spiritual architectures that were taking place in the Alps, and in fact he also did a sort of game made of glass bricks called Dandana. This small Dandana game was made of 3 different color bricks made of glass, and it was supposed to be it was supposed to offer the possibility to make some imaginary constructions with that. And so I used again the cyanotype and these glass plates combined together to build a series of 6 or 9, I can't remember, prints, which are, every one of them is a part of a global architecture. The 9 of them are the totality of an imaginary architecture, which is an architecture like the Farnsworth House of Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, which is really kind of dialoguing with the trees surrounding it. One has sometimes difficulties to know if the trees are inside or outside or beside, and there I did this sort of small haiku, playing with naked branches and the glass models. And these are some prints from original very large glass plates that I did of photograms of, I mean, it's collodion photograms. the object doesn't touch the plate, of course, because the plate wouldn't stand it. But in fact, I put a glass plate on which I am disposing all the items, and the sensitized plate is 5 millimeters under, and so as the light is a very tiny LED light, which is very far, the shadows are very, very sharp, and all the details, the reflection, the distortions of glass are appearing, and sometimes there are some mirroring effects inside the image. It's quite crazy what it produces, and the negatives, which are big like that, are just crazy objects because of the details there is, and the colors they have, and they're really crazy. But I wanted to print that as a cyanotype, as you know, this process was used until a recent period for reproducing the architecture plans. This is so it was kind of natural to me to use it for that. And at the same time, it's also the process that was used by Anna Atkins for the English algae. So I kind of found my way between those two things. The title of this is a sort of a tribute to Paul Klee. I took one of his titles, which is Schloss im Wald zu bauen. This is still another picture of Todt with his alpine architecture. And I was fascinated by it, but I couldn't find a way to, how could I take that and make something for me out of this? I wasn't able, when I discovered the book, to do that. But at some point, this is the glass pavilion of Todt, 1914, 1917. I was fascinated by the colors, by the symmetry, by the liberty he was taking with geometry, architecture, and the fact that he was imagining, his imagination was linking these utopian architectures to landscape. Famous picture. I've always been amazed by this presence of the polyhedron on the left. This is the famous Wenzel Jamnitzer, the goldsmith, Nuremberg goldsmith. In 1568, he published this book engraved by Jost Ammann, a famous craftsman, engraver of his time. In this book, he is representing a whole series of polyhedrons. But at the end of the book, there is a whole chapter in which he is representing these polyhedrons, but as sculptures. They are on pedestals. And these pedestals, to me, seemed to be as much, if not more, interesting as the polyhedrons, because they are part as rigorous as those mathematical items, but also there is a part of decoration, ornamentation, and also it's a useful object because its purpose is to be a pedestal. So there is a physical aspect. This thing has to be able to stand and sustain a weight over it. And so I immediately loved this object for all these reasons that made them very uncertain kind of objects. And as Jamnitzer never built any of these, he just drawn them, and then Jostaman made the engravings from the drawings. Apparently, we are not sure, but. And so I decided to make this whole series of pedestals for myself, and keep them as autonomous sculptures from their original context, and I wanted them just for themselves, not to be a pedestal for something, but they remain so, and so they become an even more uncertain object because the upper part is not there anymore. So they are really between what people used to call a folie, which were these imaginary and very strange construction in landscapes, architectural constructions in landscapes, in pictorial landscapes. It's also an object which comes from the field of mathematics. It's also very ornamental, it's symmetric. And so I also, the fact that it's made with plastic, it's not glass, it's just very vulgar plastic and rubber and tape. And of course there, you can't see it, but when you see the original, which are 30 by 40 centimeters ambrotype, you see with a lot of accuracy the small dots, dust, air bubbles trapped into the rubber, the tape. And so there is a sort of double movement. We have the tendency to link these objects to something very immaterial on one hand, and on the other one, when you look at them, it's very close to the dust breeding, from Man Ray and Duchamp. Voilà. The use of the ambrotype was important because it was a way for me to give a sort of ultimate accuracy to the representation of these objects, that maybe the initial engravings are just optically and on the perspective point of view they are just perfect. But I wanted something more. I wanted these objects to be more real, to be almost reachable by hand, and the precision of this process offers that. And in addition, also, I like the idea of using a little bit of silver to build the representation of the work of this craftsman who was using silver and gold in his time. And he was making those precious objects. I don't know if you're familiar with his Daphne. There is a famous Daphne at Le Louvre and in some other museums. I think there are several of them made of corals and gold. The coral is making the plant growing on the head of Daphne. Every construction was a sort of challenge. I was kind of spending a lot, building them in itself was quite fast, but the beginning was more laborious, more cumbersome, maybe, because I had to understand exactly how the shapes were imbricated and working together. They're very strange objects. I still wonder what the guy had in mind when he did that. If it was architecture, if it was just decoration, if he conceived that like a game, or it's still mysterious to me. And to finish, I would like to show you something which is closer from us in timely speaking, because it's a body of work which is recent. You know, in Nuremberg in the 16th century, there was a lot of very good craftsmen and very good and a lot of interest for polyhedrons and mathematics. And what I learned recently is that the government of this area of Germany at that time was offering some courses to most people who wanted it as free. Anybody could learn mathematics, and in consequence, at that time in Nuremberg, there was a concentration of craftsmen and artists who were very much involved into those Mannerist. Is it Mannerist? Is it right? Yeah, about the movement. Okay, who were involved into that subject as a way of expression. And another person involved into the teaching of mathematics is Oliver Byrne. Alors, ça marche pas, là. 19th century scientist who wanted to teach the Euclidean geometry with a new way. And so he was using the quite recent discoveries that were made around at the beginning of the 19th century about the color vision and the way light was decomposing and recomposing, and so he invented a sort of more efficient way to make things understand by using the trichromic association of those of the colors, the red, the CMYK, and so he rewrote the whole books of Euclid by using this sort of color chart, and this produced some amazing drawings and amazing. It becomes a sort of amazing language. It's very visual. I'm not sure that on a more educational point of view, it's very efficient. But I have a lot of doubts about it. But for an artist, I think the thing is just crazy, and it's 1848, and I like the idea that there's a sort of crazy premonition of the use of the premonition. Is that right? Do you say that? Premonition? Yeah. Of the use of these three primary colors that would be made in the 1920s by, for example, the Wandersburg and the people I told you earlier. And so I was a little bit the same way I did it with Jamnitzer, starting also from this book, from a book once again. Then I've chosen some of these drawings, and I've built them with cardboard, but as volumes. So they were just flat things on the page, and I decided at some point to transform them into some volumes that I could photograph. And sometimes I am fascinated by a photographic process, and I don't know why. So it pushes me to buy a camera, or it pushes me to spend 6 months of my life to try to master more or less a process. And at that time, I was trying to master a little bit the color gum bichromate, and that was hard. And I, for some time, I was not able to get more than some muddy prints with 20 layers, and it was just a nightmare. It was looking like nothing. It was really terrible. And as I was looking at these volumes, and the way the drawings are printed there, the colors are made of dots, like in any printed matter. You know, it's made of dots, and the way the dots are mixed together by the visual confusion we have of these very small points, this make a certain color. The equilibrium of the three colors inside each one of the areas of the image make a certain color. And so I realized that I might try to make some color gum bichromates by using some, what's the name for that? Some grid or some screens. And at it worked, because I was, from the moment you print some small points of full color, you don't have to wonder. I mean, you always print 100% of the color. You don't have to print mid-tones. You just print full color. And so you get clean colors, because you don't have to multiply the layers to get the right color and the right contrast you need. It's just a CMYK printing, and then you get the whole of it. But then at that point I realized that, okay, it's small dots, but is it still some photography? The silk screen is doing that. Maybe it's more silk screen printing than photography. So I was wondering what kind of relationship in the history photography has with these screens, with the grid. And I was kind of amazed to discover the importance. So maybe it's a door which is already totally open for you, but to me it was not. I was kind of amazed to discover that the color photography has started by using some patterns, but not as printing accessory, but as shooting accessory. It's an additive synthesis which is made on the this what we see there is a big enlargement of a shooting pattern, screen pattern, which was at the size of the needed negative. And on this pattern was layered a black and white slide, so positive. And it's based on the visual confusion. For example, through this pattern, if you are photographing, so this is like a glass plate, okay? The pattern is facing the object, and the slide is on the back. the light, let's say there is a blue object in the field, in the picture you want to do. So the blue particles of light are getting in direction of the pattern. The blue light is going through the blue parts of the pattern, of course, but it's stopped by the red parts and partially stopped by the green ones. So where the blue light goes through the blue part of the pattern, the slide is going to be touched. Is going to be touched by the light at that place. So that part of the black and white slide is going to be white. So we are going to see the blue part. When the blue light goes through the red part of the pattern, the light is going to be stopped. So it's not going to touch the black and white slide on the other side. So it's going to remain black. So when it's developed at the end, and you look at it with the light going through the plate, you are going to see the places where you are going to see through the parts of the slide which are white. So if we keep in mind the example of the blue object, everywhere where the blue light has going through, it has made a white point in the slide. So we see the blue. And the other parts remain black, so we can't see the blue, we can't see the green, we can't see the red. And so there is like 4 or 5 or 6 processes who are pre-industrial, or some of them were industrial processes. And some, I think the Dufay process was used in cinematography and photography and less until the 1940s, even a little bit later, I think. And so, in fact, just everything. I don't know if what I've said is clear for you, but what I want to mean there is that there is a strong connection between these patterns and the history of photography, independently of the silk screen medium. And these patterns were also a subject of invention for all the guys who are trying to develop their own process. Every time they had a different pattern, they were having a new, how can I say that? It was a new business that was opening. It was a new opportunity to have their own brand and commercialize it. But each pattern is quite amazing in terms of combination, in terms of definition. In terms of geometry, as an invention. I recommend the amazing book of Mrs. Pénichon, she did that with it's a book from the Getty about all the color processes, and she's detailing all these things. It's just crazy. Jolie is an Irish process. A young artist did a beautiful job about that 2 years ago, who was exhibiting in Paris with the vertical lines of the Jolie process. So there is a sort of double lecture. You never know if you look at the pattern or look at the object, and depending, of course, of the enlargement. But I like this idea of having this sort of color filter to access the color, to compose it, and at the same time, it's a sort of independent object. So I'm just at the beginning of this, but I'm starting to work on this, just on this pattern aspect. And there are the objects that I developed. So they are a little bit inspired of the patterns. They are a bit inspired of the Oliver Byrne drawings. They are each object is just made with always the 3 same colors. Just the background is how can I say that? The 3 colors composing the object are the 3 primary colors. There is a sort of use of them which is not very sensitive, which is quite programmatic and no, I wouldn't say scientifical, but it's just I use it just the way I use it when I compose these patterns. There is something quite logic. There is no other possibility. It's a system. It's systematic. But the background is a whole. It's a choice of very different colors that are not inscribed into this systematic choice of the 3 colors. They are in between. They are half tones. They are, and so there is to me a sort of tension between this color that has almost no precise name to define it in the background, and this color of the object, which is something scientifically and technically more determined to build images, to make images. So these are finally the gum. These are some reproductions of the gum bichromate that I'm doing for about a year and a half now. The prints are about 40 by 50 centimeters. This is it.
So I'm guessing that there would be some questions from the audience. So yeah, I see many hands up. I ask one for myself because I was so fascinated by this, the way how you treat transparency and disappearance in the works you've been doing with Ambrotype and such. And then I was kind of starting to think about, is there a way, or are you reaching with those to something that is not material somehow? Because you are kind of doing something with photography. You first build things which are there and they are material, as material photograph is a material object, but then you are doing it so that it's still something which is not really existing because you see through it. And it somehow resonates with photography, at least with analog photography, quite well, because that also is partly something which is not really visible and not part of this visible world, and at the same time it is part of material world very strongly. So could you, or is there some I don't know if is there some spiritual reach you are kind of going through there? Or?
I'm kind of turning around that question. You know, I don't know really. It's maybe each body of work is trying to precise that, but I don't have a definitive answer to that, and something is. Try to articulate the memory, the technique. A few days ago, someone was talking to me, I haven't read that, about the untimely meditations of Nietzsche, and how this sort of difference he makes between history with a capital H and memory, and how an individual has to get a bit of oblivion, to be touched by certain elements coming from history, and these elements he's able to take them for him and transform them into plastic things. And depending on the strength of the individual, his territory, his historical territory can be narrow or very wide. The horizon can be close or very far, but it's a question of transformation, appropriation, and memory. Yeah. When I started to take to be conscious of that. And well, because in fact it took me a long time before being able to produce something from which I could say, yes, this is me. This is what I want. It took me like 10 years. And the day it happened, I know when it is, I know which day it is. And because it's like the beginning of my artistic life, really. And this day was preceded by the lecture of Bachelard, of the Poetics of Space. And so I started to understand that there was something between my very own past and between the past which is more collective, more shared by culture, which is, let's say, a sort of cultural environment. And that there was, at the articulation of these two things, there was, I was there. I was starting to understand that I was there and that I was free to articulate these things the way I wanted. And the other reading that was just a key for me also is the Memory and Landscape from Simon Schama, which is just a crazy book in terms of the guy is just like, it's an open, he opened worlds every time. I'm just, well, and so, and the way I understood that, I loved that, and I took it for myself, the way he is able to articulate his origins as the son of Lithuanian Jewish people working in the forest with the work with the what means the forest for the German culture, what means the forest for the Nazis, what means the forest for the contemporary artist, German artist, and the guy is able to have such a wide perspective on that. So he's not an artist, but what I like very interesting is that he's able to pick these things and elaborate his thought in a non-linear timely perspective.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you. Somebody else? Petri was there first on, maybe.
Yeah, I have basically one page of questions, but I'm going to distill it to one. But it's like to continue a little bit on Katri's question about your images, or let's put it this way, like the places or sites that those images depict. Are they like, do you consider them like a metaphysical landscapes, or your own artistic process part of worlding, like building your own worlds? In that sense, like, or are these worlds just manifestations of your artistic practice? And the second kind of a question is regarding land art, like Robert Smithson's sites, because many of these, in your previous series, like Imaginary Encyclopedia in English, I think, you have these weird places where there's totems and installations and these kind of events. And as Michael Heitzer, for example, talks about negative space and excavating and removing things. So what is your relationship with land art? Have you done permanent installations, or is it your...
My relationship with land art is one of the ways I handle to build a project, but it's not the only one, and it's just a way to experience something with the landscape. But my thing is really the image, and the finality of the work is always an image, and which is not the case for the people you are. Maybe in the case of Amish Fulton. But I always found that these people have an ambiguous relationship with images, even though the most important part of the work is taking place in the landscape. The way we access the work is always through photography. So I think it's kind of, maybe not in the case of Michael Heitzer, but if we consider his grand œuvre in the desert. And I was inspired by them, no doubt, but there is also a more, let's say, serious aspect, which, I mean, it's the 60s, 70s, and people are motivated by some political, social considerations, and or ecological, or whatever. And I am handling these places more like a kid, I would say. And I think I'm quite conscious of all these, comment dire, des enjeux, of all those, of what is going on these places, the risk and the problems, and I know that, but these things, and it's my idiosyncrasy, all this way of thinking the landscape on some more global considerations, they just paralyze me. They just put me in a sort of acedia that take me away from any possibility to express myself. So I need to be closer from my own intuitions, my own feelings, my own, and find inside myself some resources that are going to allow me to extract or build some relationship and some feelings and read some feelings and that I have with the landscape, but I'm not as open on the world as they were. I open the work to the world, but after, when the picture exists, and when I'm kind of, the way I read the picture, I'm able then to link it with some other consideration. So I'm not a landscape artist, I wouldn't say that. I'm dreaming, what is very appealing to me is the way they are walking, the kind of adventurous life they have, for example. This is the kind of life I would like to have. Yeah, and but I'm just playing it for a short time, just making the picture, and then I go back home. But I like the idea of walking through France, walking 60 kilometers a day, like Hamish Fulton. You know, the guy was, I don't know if he's still walking like he was using to do it, but the man is just crazy. And I like that. I like that.
Jenna, are there any questions from our online audience? Our online audience, please remember that you can ask questions by chat if you wish. So anybody here who were hands up? Nicholas?
Thank you for the presentation. I have sort of like a follow-up question to the comment or to the introduction by Katri when she mentioned that you work three-dimensionally as well, and that you were sort of I recognize that you were surprised that she mentioned it, and to me it's also obvious from the work in this series that you've just shown. I was wondering about the fate of the objects that you create.
About
the fate. So what happens with these with these objects that you create after you photograph them? Do you just scrap them? Do you have an archive? Do you keep them? What if someone approached you and said, "I want to buy the sculpture"? Would you sell it, or would you be, "No, this is not a sculpture; it's a photograph"?
No, I wouldn't sell it. I keep them for me for some time, and then when I need room in the studio, I just get rid of them.
So,
but I can't throw them immediately because I am kind of attached to them. So I keep them for some time, and then at some point I have another project which is kind of pushing them outside.
So they have a value until you need the space, sort of more like maybe the introduction you said when talking about memory, you can't remember everything. Is that how you work with them, or are there certain favorites that you keep, that you will keep
this
forever?
kind of memory, I mean, which would be a sort of a self-referencing, my own memory in the work is not a thing I practice so much. I need new items, new toys, new things, you know, to have the feeling of fully existing when I'm making a series. And so reusing, or unless it is a non-recognizable piece of object. Some objects are quite anonymous, or because I haven't transformed them really. So in this case, I respect the matter. So I will keep it for the matter it is made of, and then I will reuse it. But in this case, they've been too much transformed to be used as something else without being recognized. And so I wouldn't be at ease to recognize a previous work in a new one.
Thanks.
Thank you. I also have many questions, but I think I will stick to one too. I find your projects quite dense. Like they are drinking from many sources, and now we have the chance to talk to you, to tell us what we are seeing. But what we are seeing, you know? Because if I just go to the gallery or museum and just see the photos, I probably wouldn't imagine that someone took the time to build that object unless it's written there. So I am wondering, how do you deal with the interpretation of the people do of your work?
Oh, what I've been saying today is just a sort of a internal process, which is mine. But when people ask me, what did you want to do? So I answer. But of course, I hope that they have different point of views on the work, and that I know that here the context is different. You know, I can open myself to you because we're here to share some working processes, and so it's not like when you have someone who is trying to get his ideas clear with a thing that he's never seen before, you know, and just a visitor or an art, someone who likes art, but and as just a spectator. And in this case, I don't speak of the work the same way. I leave more space for the people because I know it's important. Yeah, but in this case today, I had to. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I had the feeling that I had to open some sort of intimate spaces to explain the way I handle things in my hands and in my head to get the work done. But I'm aware of what you say, and I know it's very different. Mm.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you so much for taking your time to open the process, because I feel like that's something that is always very hard to get a grasp on, and not only does it open certain works, but there's always something that when you get to know how ideas are formed, and you know that it takes time, getting a peek of it is always amazing. But you also mentioned that it took you 10 years before you got your artistic birth. And before that 10 years, or during those 10 years, for example, looking back now, what do you think were or was the most valuable thing before your artistic...
The most what?
Valuable thing before your artistic birth, on the time you spent doing things?
Well, valuable, I don't know. They are valuable in terms, because they all contributed to bring me to the point where it started. But I think that they are not valuable independently. Even though some series were quite good, but they were not really freed from their main influences, and I was trying to find myself between I don't know, Sudek and Strand, or well, there was some sort of pantheon of tutelar artists, and I was trying to find my way through that, and at some point I found a way, but not through this. But those works I just kept, because sentimentally speaking, I wanted it. I kept a few of them and I destroyed the whole of it, because it was just taking place, and I needed place for the new stuff. So I just get rid of them. But the reason why things at some point start to come together and make that something starts, and that you recognize yourself and say, and you realize that you've been expecting that for some years, for a long time. This is a total mystery.
Any other questions? Well, thank you again, Laurent, for this wonderful presentation. Now we are going to have a very small break, and if you want to stretch your legs or go to toilet, and we'll continue 2:45 with the next presentation by Zoom here. So a short break. Welcome from my part, and next we have Karol Kolemboski to present, and she's one of our artists in the exhibition over there in the Finnish Museum of Photography exhibition Impression Remains, which is part of the Helsinki Darkroom Festival official program. So welcome, Karol. Yeah.
I'm going to start now. So my name's Karol Kolemboski, and I'm zooming in from Denver, Colorado. I teach at the University of Colorado, Denver, and I have been doing analog photography for about 30 years. I'm really delighted to have been invited to present at the Symposium, and I especially love that there is this resurgence in interest in analog photography, and in particular working in the darkroom. So I thought that I would begin by showing you a few pictures of my darkroom. So I literally just took these pictures yesterday. This is a space that I built in my basement. So it's literally on the other side of this wall where I'm zooming in from right now. It's really wonderful to have my own space to work, because I do a lot of photographic manipulation, a lot of combining photography and drawing, and using unusual tools and chemicals in my process. So it's really wonderful to be able to just, have all of my kind of strange darkroom things around me all the time. And I, just wanted to say just right from the start that I have always felt that the darkroom is just a place of magic, that it's a, just a wonderful laboratory for being creative. So I thought I'd start the talk just by showing a few images, a handful of images from a series that I did from about 1997 to around like 2007, only because this, I think, can give some context to my darkroom practice. This is sort of how I first started developing my own style and my own techniques for making my work. So this is a series called Psychometry, where I was photographing old objects, largely in abandoned spaces. And the idea was that that objects are sort of haunted in some way, that they somehow retain the essence of the person or the people that they used to belong to. But they're sort of mute. They've got these stories, but they can't tell those stories. So the pictures that I was making, they were designed to be sort of ambiguous and mysterious. Now, all of these pictures were shot on a medium format camera, and you can see that there's a lot of manipulation involved. So I was scratching the negatives, and I was also drawing with charcoal on transparencies like mylar and tracing paper, and then printing the negative through those transparencies. So in the end, the pictures would be a combination of information that was in the negative itself, and then also all of the different mark making and drawings that I added. I also, at some point, started bringing the objects themselves into the darkroom and using them as photograms. So these are just some examples from that series that I was working on. Again, I was working on this series for about 10 years. And, as the series progressed, I think the images became a little bit more complex. In the beginning, I was just sort of making abstract marks. But as I went along, I started drawing in a way, or taking inspiration from other sources like books that I was reading, and really thinking about the object and creating this strange sort of narrative around it. So I didn't want these pictures to be something that could easily be explained. I wanted there to be this kind of basis in reality, which is why I chose photography as a medium. But I also wanted there to be a little bit of confusion about, what was originally in the picture and what I added later on. So sometimes the manipulations are really obvious. It's really clear that I've added something to the image. And then in other cases, it's hard to tell exactly where my manipulations in the darkroom begin and where what was in the actual photograph, or what was in the actual negative exists. So, all throughout this series, I was kind of, sort of perfecting my own darkroom tricks. And that led to the next series that I started working on, which relates photography to magic. So in about 2008, I went to an estate sale. I was going to estate sales all the time, antique stores, estate sales, any place where I could find objects that I might use for my work as props in my photographs. And I saw in the newspaper that here in Colorado, there was an estate sale of a former magician. So I thought, well, that seems amazing. I thought that I would go just pick up a couple of items that I might use for the psychometry series, but there's so many wonderful objects, just boxes and boxes and boxes of these old, like kind of cheap magician's tricks, that I just bought all of them. So I brought all of them back to my studio and started arranging them in these kind of still lifes to make pictures. So, you know, I was still kind of using all of the same techniques that I had developed with the psychometry series by, you know, combining what was in the negative with various drawings. But in this instance, it was specifically using these magician's props and thinking about kind of the sort of correlation that I was seeing between photography and magic. I mean, I think, you know, everybody in the symposium would agree that, you know, the first time you saw a print come up in the developer, it's like magic. Everyone describes it that way. So there's already this kind of marriage happening. But I love the way that with both photography and magic, there can be this kind of sense of wonder, but also a sense of deception. So I also started collecting magic how-to books, old books where there was, you know, that are filled with really wonderful diagrams that are supposed to explain how to perform a magic trick. So this is just an example of, you know, one of the pages and, you know, where I was getting some of the inspiration. I really love the illustrations in these books, that they are oftentimes kind of cartoon-like, that the drawings, you know, are not especially great, but they have like wonderful titles, lots of dotted lines that, you know, are really kind of hard to follow. You know, in a few cases, I actually tried to see if I could perform some of these magic tricks, and I will say that the information that you get out of these books is really vague. Like, I think it's really hard to actually become a magician from looking at these books. But I wasn't interested in becoming that kind of magician. I was thinking about the, you know, how photographers, and especially, you know, like 20th century analog photographers would use all sorts of tricks, like suspending objects with fishing wire, for example, or doing double exposures. A lot of the objects in my, the magician is oftentimes symbolized by just sort of these cartoon hands. And this is how I was looking at those illustrations and kind of incorporating the idea into my photographs. So this is just I just wanted to show a quick example of what I'm doing in my process. So the picture on the right is a finished picture in this series called Duet. And you can see the drawing that I've created in the picture on the left in the darkroom. It's actually on a clear mylar, and it only looks white underneath it because I have a board underneath it. It allows me to see it better. And in the middle picture, you can see how I'm projecting the negative through it, so the final image becomes a combination of the drawing of the bird cage in the hand and the objects that were actually in the negative. This is another example. And it's an example where you can see that I'm not only printing through drawings, but sometimes I'm using photograms in the printing process as well. Okay, so I'm just gonna roll through a few more of pictures from this series. They're all really very heavily manipulated. When I'm shooting the pictures, the images are, it's usually just sort of the object, oftentimes against a plain dark background. I want to leave a lot of space when I'm shooting to be able to manipulate when I'm in the darkroom. And just like the psychometry series, I'm interested in creating sort of strange, sometimes seemingly sort of unexplainable images where there's a lot of mystery involved, where there is, you know, sort of dotted lines and maybe drawings that maybe seem like they're sort of instructions, but they don't really explain anything. And then recently I also started thinking about extending the image beyond just one picture. So either creating diptychs where there are two images on the same sheet of paper in the case of this image, and it's also combined with this photogram of a card that seems to be flowing from one image to the next. Or pieces where there's multiple prints that when they're in an exhibition, they need to be installed in a particular way for the images to flow together in a way that makes sense. And finally, this last group of pictures that I wanted to share today many of these pictures are in the exhibition at the Finnish Museum of Photography. So I thought I'd talk about some of these briefly here. So as I continued working on the magic series, I was accumulating a lot of magic trick props, including trick cards. So I was looking at cards a lot and thinking about the potential and thinking about the card suits as being almost like characters. I also was considering how I could use the chemicals in the photographic process to manipulate the image. In particular, I wanted to create different colors. So this is an example of a print that has been bleached and then just selectively redeveloped. This is another example of the same thing. So I'm adding drawings to the pictures. I'm trying to kind of suggest this relationship between this queen and this joker, but also enhancing that by the way I'm treating the print with chemicals. So I just love jokers because, and particularly I love this joker. I think the joker, or actually I should say this, in this whole process, I think I'm sort of thinking of myself not just as a photographer, but also a kind of magician and also a kind of joker, because I'm creating these illusions. And the illusion in many cases is that you're not actually looking at cards, you're looking at photographs. I love this joker because almost always jokers are men. So this is one of the few jokers that I found that's a woman. And while I was making some of these pictures and thinking about the way that I could use chemicals to manipulate the image, I also was gathering a lot of vintage photographic papers. I already had a pretty good stockpile of papers, but I came across at this exact moment kind of boxes and boxes at an estate sale, and again, I bought all of them. The first thing I did was, put them in the developer, and even boxes that were sealed oftentimes just turned black because they were so fogged. So part of my challenge then, and part of the trick that I wanted to create is, what can I do with this paper that, you really can't make a traditional image on? So I started experimenting with chemicals. And the thing that, I really kind of landed on was using resists. So the idea of a chemogram where you are, blocking off part of the image and then putting the print and the chemicals in kind of, out of order. So in this example, this is paper that expired in the 1950s that just turns completely black as soon as you put it in the developer. But if I put a resist on the paper, like in the shape of a diamond, for example, and put it in the fixer first, and then rinse it, take off the resist, put it in the developer, the only thing that develops is that little diamond shape. So I was really enjoying making these simulations of playing cards, especially because some of the paper that I was using, in this case, the paper is only, it's very small, so it's almost the exact size of a playing card. I also love the way the papers have their own kind of history embedded into them. Many of them are fogged, or they have these kind of unpredictable stains on them. So that became part of the aesthetic of making these simulated playing cards. Many of the cards are also, and many of the prints are exposed to the sun, as in, like a lumen print. So I really wanted to get color in the images, but I didn't want to use color paper. I wanted to, find a way to pull it out of black and white paper, either through a lumen print process or through some sort of alternative toning. So it became a real challenge. How do I use this paper? And it's really been kind of a fun process. I also have been, sort of more interested in thinking about kind of more sustainable ways that I can continue to do my practice in the darkroom. So, I'm interested in using this paper. Sorry, let me go back. Interested in using this paper because it already exists, so it's something rather than it just going into the garbage. It's a creative challenge to figure out how can I use this thing that already exists instead of buying something new. Okay, and I think I am down to my last two images. So this is a sort of lumen print chemogram of a magic wand. Again, I'm still kind of thinking of ways to suggest magic even with a sort of limited possibilities with this vintage paper. And I'm going to finish with this picture, which I know is also in the exhibition there in Helsinki. And that's it. Thank you.
That was indeed wonderful presentation. Jenna, I would ask Carol or comment that I really thank her because I've been trying to bend my mind around.
I'd be happy to answer questions if anyone has any questions.
I've been trying to bend my mind around her works during these couple of months here. So it was wonderful to get some idea how she's done them, how she's made them in the darkroom. And I'm really fascinated by her technique, which is so versatile and so beautifully uses all of the possibilities of darkroom. Are there any questions from our audience here? So we can talk here.
Okay, I'm reading the question now.
She's just reading the type. Is that correct?
Or is it a comment? Thank you.
Yes. Oh, okay. Hi, Carol. Really enjoyed your presentation. Just found it really interesting seeing the progression through sort of very, very intensely kind of pictorial, quite decorative in places practice that then through the sort of magic archive has really moved towards something much more almost like really abstract towards the end. And I just wondered, I was just interested in your thoughts on that, in that sort of transformation through over time, I guess, from the first sort of works you showed us to the last. Okay. What's the question? I guess just to do with the just how kind of almost abstract some of the recent prints, the magic prints, let's say, have become compared to the early prints. It seemed quite a distinctive sort of aspect. I was interested. Yeah, just any reflections on, that.
About more abstract.
Yeah, just, yeah.
Okay, let's see here. So, regarding the abstract nature of the magic prints, how do you feel this change towards more abstract visual language? Well, yeah, that's interesting. You know, I mean, I think that I've been, you know, because of the limitations of that paper, I had to really rethink the way that I approach a photographic print. And that's been a lot of fun because I think the immediate thought with that vintage paper is like, well, it can't do what it's supposed to do. So it involves just completely turning your thinking upside down and trying to consider, okay, well, what are the possibilities? And it's been really fun to work the chemicals into my process in an alternative way, because prior to working with that vintage paper and doing the targets and the card tricks, all of the manipulation was done when I was exposing the paper, but I was then running the prints through the chemicals in a very traditional way. So starting to think about the paper more as, you know, an object that has these properties, and how can I manipulate those properties? That's been something that's a real challenge, and it's fun to think of it as a magic trick.
I have a question from the chat. I will send it now.
Let's see, how much do you draw inspiration from old masters versus brand new inventions and ideas that comes to your darkroom process and techniques? Well, you know, I think that I just love some of the older techniques in the darkroom, and that's maybe, you know, I think maybe the work is a little bit of an ode to the darkroom and to all of the kind of darkroom practitioners from, you know, 50 years ago, or you know, that didn't have access to all of the technology that we have now. I mean, I think our technology is amazing, and it's enabling me to, you know, give this talk in Helsinki from Denver right now, which is great. But I do just, you know, I've always had this affinity for old things, and I think there's this also strange kind of, you know, pathos to those objects that, you know, we sort of kind of recognize that all of these, you know, objects are likely to outlive us, and the processes, you know, kind of go on as well. So I think that I'm just interested in kind of looking at history in that context.
So my question would be that I interpreted the work as somehow a bit like heavy and political, and then also somehow super playful and fun. How do you navigate between like these aspects, or do you? And are they kind of, do you think of these, or is it just my interpretation? Thank you.
Let's see. So I interpreted the work as somehow heavy and political and somehow super playful and fun. How do you navigate between these aspects, or do you? Do you think of these things, or is it just my interpretation? No, I agree that, you know, there's a lot of things that are embedded into the images. I think some of it is, you know, there's a lot of my own anxieties and fears that are, you know, in the images. I think because I work in a very kind of instinctive way. There's one picture that I showed that's called The Incredible Aging Woman. And there are several images that kind of show this figure of the magician's assistant. And, you know, how she's always, you know, she's always kind of traumatized in the picture. You know, you might just see like a leg, or, you know, some piece of her, you she's getting, knives thrown at her. She's a, important part of the, the magic show, but she's never, it seems like, the star of the show. So there is a, I think an element of my own, sort of feelings of being a woman and being at the same time kind of the magician and the magician's assistant together. But I also want the pictures to be sort of playful as well. So I think particularly the images that are the card tricks, those are, I think, designed to be a little bit more whimsical and playful.
Then we thank you again, Carol, for the wonderful presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm so delighted to have presented here at the symposium. I wish I could be there in person, but wonderful to get to participate this way as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Carol, and indeed, Carol's works are there in the Finnish Museum of Photography in the Impression Remains exhibition. So welcome to see those during this weekend or later on for our online audience. Well, while we wait Melanie a little bit longer, I could maybe wrap up at this point a bit of our first ever day with our Symposium of Artistic Research in Analog Photography. And I'd love to also hear your opinions or ideas or experiences. How did you feel about the presentations? I, for one, I was surprised how smoothly this went, combining live presentations with then we have Melanie over there as soon as. So it went really smoothly, and now Melanie is here, so everything's fine. So maybe Jenna, if you can tell her that she can start. Wonderful.
Hello there, apologies for the delay. My name is Melanie King and I'm an artist at the Royal College of Art, just about to submit my PhD. And I'm going to be talking today about my research, Ancient Light, Rematerializing the Astronomical Image. So these are the different chapters. So the first one is Encountering Ancient Light, which is about my experiences of exploring the landscape at night. And I talk about situated knowledges and embodied practice within this work. And then in chapter 2, I talk about the specific nature of taking analog photographs and looking into that on a level of photographic theory. And then on chapter 3, I look at new materialisms, looking at lots of different researchers such as Karen Barad, Jane Bennett, Timothy Morton, and then extending this out into the universe. And then in chapter 4, I talk about the sustainability of photography, so the impact of photography on the environment and different processes that can be used within this. So my research questions are, how can the field of astronomical photography, viewed through the lens of new materialism, alter our collective perception of ecology? And how does the coalescence of astronomy and materiality alter our perception of photographic materials? So within this time of ecological catastrophe, it is important to readdress our tangible material connection with the universe and our planet. By analysing this interaction between astronomy, new materialism and photography, I provide new insights on how this collision of theories alter our understanding of the natural world. And I do this by demonstrating the interconnectedness between the universe, humans and photographic materiality.
I discuss the importance of interrogating the materials that we use on a daily basis with a specific focus on waste produced by the photographic industry. And if you're interested in reading more of this abstract, you can see this on the website. So I'm just going to show you a few images from my work. So I'm specifically looking more here at chapter 1 and chapter 2. So these are some photographs that were taken during different residencies, where I went out into different landscapes at nighttime and took photographs of the night sky. And what I'm really interested in here is how light travels for thousands, if not millions of years, before reaching photosensitive material. And one of the things that is really fascinating for me as part of this project is that I've recently learned that silver can be found or created in the stars, in giant supernovas. It can't be made on Earth, for example. So when I'm taking a photograph of the stars, I'm using a material that can only be made in the universe itself. It can't be made on Earth. So that has been incredibly fascinating. This is from a residency at Sym in Iceland, and I was going out into the darkness at nighttime after a snowstorm of about 3 weeks. So I'm very dependent on specific weather conditions, and I have to be quite flexible. And then this is from a residency in Kilpisjärvi in northern Finland. And this was part of the Field Notes residency with the Bio-Art Society. And this was a specific residency focused on interactions between space and the Earth, and it was called Space, Earth, Space. So there was a lot of chance to really explore the landscape at nighttime with the fellow artists. And this is another one from the same residency, and you can see that it was very possible to get out into dark sky spaces. And I'm really passionate about the preservation of dark sky spaces and making sure that we minimize light pollution. And then this was all inspired by Picturing the Cosmos, the Hubble Space Telescope images and the astronomical sublime, which was a book and also a talk by Elizabeth A. Kessler. And in this book, she talks about how astronomical images are composites and made up of lots of different images and lots of different light frequencies, and then talks about all of the kind of editing that astronomers do. So they sometimes take on the role that I feel as an artist, because they're making subjective changes to their photographs. And my work is a kind of response to this, to try and make an image of the night sky which uses as minimal amounts of mediations as possible. And I talk about this in my chapter 2, which is about photography and astronomy. And it was also influenced by going to the Royal Astronomical Society and a variety of different other astronomical archives. And I was really taken by this idea of an object or a photographic object which has been formed by celestial light. And then moving on to chapter 3 and chapter 4, I'm looking specifically at new materialism in chapter 3. So for me, photographs are, or the photographs that I'm taking are representative of many millions or thousands of years, because of this light embedding itself into the film, having made a journey of thousands, if not millions of years. And this kind of relates to me to geologic things that we might see in the landscape, such as things like fossils. And in chapter 3, where I'm talking about new materialism, I go from the very small, such as the quantum, going through to
microscopic and all the way up to cosmic. So I'm just going to share a few of the quotes from these new materialist theorists who I am featuring in my research. So one thing that I'm looking at all the way through is how looking at materiality on lots of different levels makes us realize how we are very much interconnected and entangled. So Karen Barad says to be entangled is not simply to be entwined with another, as in the joining of separate entities, but to lack an independent, self-contained existence. Existence is not an individual affair. Matter is neither fixed and given, nor the mere end result of different processes. Matter is produced and productive, generated and generative. Matter is agentive, not a fixed essence or property of things. And this dynamism is agency. Agency is not an attribute, but the ongoing reconfigurings of the world. The universe is a gentle intra-activity in its becoming. And what I really thought, having been out into the landscape and looking at the stars using different apparatus, was thinking about the apparatus and the materials as interconnected. And I mean the kind of material level of the apparatus. So the lenses that are made from glass and the mirrors are also made from, are also kind of entangled with ourselves and the landscape on a material level. And then moving up to the kind of microscopic level, looking at Timothy Martin, the symbiotic real is a weird implosive whole in which entities are related in a non-total ragged way. In symbiosis, it's unclear which is a top symbiont, and the relationship between the beings is jagged and incomplete. Am I simply a vehicle for the numerous bacteria that inhabit my microbiome, or are they hosting me? Who is the host and who is the parasite? So here he's kind of talking about how we are entangled and interconnected with microscopic beings that we might not even recognize on a day-to-day basis. And then I'm sure many of you will have heard of this. This is a text from Vibrant Matter by Jane Bennett. And in this text, she talks about the agency of matter and how materiality has this kind of agency within the landscape. So she uses an example of a rubbish tip and how that can infuse the landscape with toxic waste. And she talks about how if we adopt a different, more sustainable method to working with materials, that will affect other things around it, such as the environment and, in the end, ourselves. So she said, such a newfound attentiveness to matter and its powers will not solve the problem of human exploitation or oppression, but it can inspire a greater sense of the extent to which all bodies are kin. In the sense of inextricably enmeshed into a dense network of relations, and in the knotted world of vibrant matter, to harm one section of the web may very well be to harm oneself. And then I then extend all of these ideas out into the cosmos, and I'll talk a little bit about the kind of projects I've been doing related to this in a few seconds. But I'm really thinking about this idea of cosmic materiality and making more of that. So Carl Sagan said, our sun is a second or third generational star. All of the rocky and metallic material we stand on, the iron in our blood, the calcium in our teeth, the carbon in our genes, were produced billions of years ago in the interior of a red giant star. We are all made of star stuff. And it isn't just our cells that are made out of star stuff. As I was saying before, things like heavy metals like palladium and silver are also made in the cosmos. And that's the kind of message that I want to get across within my research. So in response to this, this idea of learning more about the sustainability of photography, I've been working with sustainable photographic materials. So with the idea that matter has agency and it affects the environment around us, I want to start using photographic materials in a way which is more sustainable. So this is a photograph of my Ancient Light series taken in Cornwall. And here I'm using Cathanol Developer which is a film developer made from vitamin C, coffee, and soda crystals. And again, this is a print of the moon made using a cathinol developer. And this developer is much more sustainable and much more friendly to aquatic environments than standard shop bar developers. And then I also live by the sea. So I live in Ramsgate, which is a town just by Dover in the UK. And I've started to use seaweed in my developing process. So in a similar way, I'm using seaweed, vitamin C, and soda crystals. And I've developed my own recipe following on from people like Daggy Brunette and Julia Emily Parks, who were developing using 16mm and 8mm. And then I've got an Arts Council funded project at the moment, which is called Precious Metals, the Origin of Silver and Palladium in the Cosmos. And in this project, I'm looking at the cosmic origin of silver, but also how to reclaim silver and use silver in a more environmentally friendly way. So this pendant that you see before you, this was made using copper, and then I put it into photographic fixer, put an electrical charge through it, and then the silver from the fixative has plated itself onto the copper. So that's one way of recycling your silver from fix. But I'm also looking at how to use silver that has been recycled and make things out of that as well. And then more recently, I had an exhibition at the Big Day Film Collective in Philadelphia in the United States. And I made a lot of prints from my Ancient Light series using cathinol paper developer and this, which is a cyanotype, which is toned in green tea. So this was taken during a residency at Hoya in Andalusia in Spain. And then this is another image from my Ancient Light series developed in cathinol. And these are just a few of the texts that were looking at the sustainability of photography. So this is Trafficking the Earth by Ignacio Acosta, Louisa Perbrick, and Javier Ribas. And it's about nitrate mining in Chile and how this has impacted the environment, but it's also caused political troubles. So I really recommend reading that. It's available online. And this is just a quote from that. I won't read it out because I am aware of the time. And then this is an interesting book called Animal Capital, Rendering Life in Biopolitical Times, which has a section of the text which looks at gelatin production and specifically gelatin usage in photography. So yeah, you can see a little bit more about that in her book. And then also thinking about digital technologies and how these can also impact the environment in a negative way. So Liquid Crystals by Esther Leslie and The Geology of Media by Jussi Parikka. Really recommend reading those. And Jussi said, we have shifted from being a society that until the mid-20th century was based on a very restrictive list of materials to the fact that even a computer chip is composed of 60 different elements. Media history is conflated with earth history. The geological materials of metals and chemicals get deterritorialized from their strata and reterritorialized into machines that define our technical media culture. So there are a few artists that are also making different headway into sustainable photographic processes. This is a vegan film made using PVA by Josephine Arnett. And then this is a bioplastic cyanotype by Martha Gray. And this is a cyanotype made using kombucha SCOBY by Hannah Fletcher and Alice Sazonov. So to end my thesis, I talk about hope and what is the importance of hope and very seemingly small advancements. I think it's important to kind of view all of these things together, all of these kind of sustainable ideas as a kind of general shift, and to kind of make these small these small ideas and in the face of things that are quite dark and terrifying. So just to quote Rebecca Solnit, it's important to say what hope is not the belief that everything was, is, or will be fine. The evidence is all around us of tremendous suffering and tremendous destruction. The hope that I am interested in is about broad perspectives with specific possibilities, ones that invite or demand that we act. It is also not a sunny everything is getting better narrative, though it may be a counter to the everything is getting worse narrative. And I might stop there because I think we are at time. Apologies for being late. I'd be interested if there are any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Melanie. Any questions from the audience here or from our online audience? There is one.
Thank you. I think I have to digest that a little bit. But my question is that because there's themes of light, darkness, and interdependence, kind of infinite time and emptiness, and between this like symbiosis, and I think a lot to do with existence. Has this project kept you completely scientific, or have you kind of stumbled on any aspect of religion?
There's an interesting question, and this is from Sergey. It says, thank you. Question is, because there are light and darkness, infinite time, a lot to do with existence, has the project kept you entirely scientific, or have you stumbled on any aspects of religion? So, yes, I have. I've not necessarily included it in my thesis, but I am a co-director of Lumen Studios, which is an astronomy collective, which was started in 2013. And it was specifically set up to kind of examine different cultural understandings of the sun, moon, and stars, or the universe. So we have looked into currently Christian and pagan understandings of the universe, and this is something we're continuing to research with other understandings of the universe as well. So it is something that is fascinating to me and other artists that I collaborate with, but it's not something that's in my thesis, if that makes sense.
Well, I could ask something from Melanie. When you were talking about more ecological ways of printing images, have you considered also somehow combining that with these kinds of marks of time in the universe, like making experiments with some for instance, dirt or kind of soil elements, which you could use as part of the artistic process.
So there's another question from Katri, who says, when you were talking about more ecological ways of printing images, have you considered somehow combining that with these kind of marks of time in the universe, like experiments with some for instance, dirt or soil elements, which you could use as part of your artistic process. No, I haven't actually considered using dirt or soil, but I would be very interested in learning more how to do that. I think there are a few different artists who have experimented with different types of soil chromatography and kind of carbon printing using things like dirt and soil. So it'd be very interesting to learn more about that. I'm very particularly interested in using materials from the surrounding environment that I'm in. So for example, I talked about using kind of seaweed developers, and I've used sea spinach and things like that to make images.
Thank you. Thank you, Melanie. Any other questions from our online audience or audience here? Well, maybe then we'll thank Melanie again, and we are going to have our next presentation soon.
Thank you for having me. It's been great to be part of the conference.
So now the next presentation is coming from Megan Gould from University of New Mexico, and she will go a bit further in these same approaches or same themes concerning plant-based printing methods, and reliant are the slow acts of photosensitivity and ecological printing methods. So welcome, Megan.
Okay, good morning from me here in New Mexico to everyone, or good afternoon to you all. Thank you, Jenna, for organizing this so beautifully. I very much wish that I could be there in person. However, I'm zooming in from New Mexico, where I teach photography at the University of New Mexico. I want to share today this presentation called Slower Emulsions, Mediocre Stability, and Tedious Exposure Times. What's Not to Love? My practice in general sort of liberally pokes at photographic tools at large, both digital and analog, generally in a spirit of questioning authority and trying to subvert our corporate overlords like Epson. I am delighted to join you to sort of discuss something about what is a new research direction for me, which is my research into the anthotype process. Or, how do I render seductive an idea of a future filled with photographic prints made out of boiled avocado skins? Bear with me. We all know that photography has been confronting various existential crises since its inception. How can it compete with painting? How can it confront the historical limits of the medium itself? How do we reconcile the ubiquity and ease of digital capture and manipulation with the weight of representation? And yet, I feel that our largest challenge looms. How do we confront our own role as artists within the context of increasing environmental vulnerability and crippling uncertainty, in the grips of a medium that cannot, in good conscience, be seen as anything resembling low impact? I'm showing you a temporary studio wall I built from empty Canon ink cartridges. Plastic detritus. As Melanie just spoke to so beautifully, little about photography is defensible as environmentally friendly. I think about the closet and basement darkrooms I have made over the years, the chemicals washed down the drains of rented apartments into city sewers on several continents, the mountains of discarded test prints that I have made. We use paper in huge quantities, we use bleach, we use animal-derived gelatin to co-acetate surfaces, silver ions that float into waterways. We experience planned or condoned obsolescence of printers, of cameras, of scanners. We use rare earth metals in chips. We see chemicals leaching from lithium batteries, plasticized papers, the cooling of terabytes of digital files in massive data banks. We use endless plastic foam canisters and ink vessels. Here, in the New Mexico desert, I cringe as I watch one student's solitary print swirl in its final water bath. 20 minutes of running water down the drain for one print that might end up in the trash. Neither digital nor analog practice can claim moral high ground. Both rely on an extractive and industrial production that is increasingly untenable. I ask, what is the role of an artist in an age of imminent breakdown? Must I shut that water off? In another side of my practice that I won't be focusing on today, I drain the last few drops of ink from those empty plastic vessels, and I use it in my studio in a variety of ways. I have sprayed it onto dandelions. I have dunked tampons and to create manufacturer-specific ink sets. I seem to often return to questioning or making background work out of our photographic waste. In the face of COVID-19 and the necessity of teaching online, I invented a course called Kitchen Sink Photography. In this course, we explored the crude analog acts that we could all perform without a conventional darkroom, photographic gestures that could be executed at a dorm sink or in a shared family kitchen. We dyed and stained photographs. We made mini lumen prints from donated expired paper. We made mini cyanotypes, and we made anthotypes. I personally became deeply and irrevocably hooked by the anthotype, which was a process I had known very little about before. In this process, the bleaching power of the sun is the catalyst and delivers through a printing out process the photographic image. The anthotype, it's a printing out process, so a positive begets a positive. The photosensitive surface retains its tone and color in any part of the image that is not exposed to the ultraviolet rays of the sun. Plant materials form the emulsions and coat the paper. You crush or pulverize fruits, berries, leaves. You mix them with water or alcohol as needed to form a viscous material that will then dye the paper. Exposed through printed or drawn material in a contact printing frame, the sunlight slowly delivers a photograph. I've remained in the space of inquiry about this process for now going on 2 years. It's a deliciously open-ended endeavor. Not much has been written about the anthotype for reasons that I'll hint at in a minute, with the exception of this book by Malin Fabry, published in 2016. This book explores the potential of various plant materials, giving them each something of an initial star rating, and functions as an excellent basic textbook for every aspect of the process. The variables in the process are significant, and I maintain my own data log of experimentation. Here are some hints of that, of the various successes and failures at stake in my own kitchen. There is endless potential for regional variety of plant materials and for making a very regionally based photographic process out of this. With each material that I encounter, I harvest the berries from an unknown plant outside my window. I question, what should I mix it with? How long will it take to expose? I'm not an extraordinary botanist, and so I find myself to be a little bit sloppy about the input side of it. But one wonders, and then you try to mix and experiment with everything that you have at stake. High shelf vodka seems to create a different color than cheap vodka, and a third color entirely through rubbing alcohol. Does one mix it with water? Is it warm or cold? Do you soak the paper? Do you brush it on? How many coats do you brush on? How chunky is the emulsion to work with? How do you strain it? It's a little bit like cooking. And then, of course, how long does the print sit in the sun, and what's the intensity of the sun's rays seasonally? My exposures change radically from winter to summer, even though in New Mexico we have generous sunlight year-round, which has greatly facilitated the experimentation process for me. In the summer, I move the frames around the yard, chasing the sun all day long. In the winter, they sit in my window for many months. I'll quickly run through the fruits of some of this experimentation, loosely categorizing them by the time needed to render a print. In the short game, the reasonably quick prints, I have spinach, matcha, spirulina, kale, green, chlorophyll. Most of these are quite quick in that they require just a few hours, ranging from 4 hours to half a day, something like that in the sun, depending on the sun's intensity. One quickly becomes accustomed to the idea of a half a day print being almost astonishingly rapid, very quick. Another quick game one, which exposes in a few short hours, is turmeric, which is something of an amazing chemical force unto itself. Turmeric, which stains everything, also does require the extra step of a developing/fixing bath. After exposure, you run it through a water bath with borax, which shifts it from this bright yellow to this sort of deep brownish orange. And it makes it more stable than any of the others. And I'll speak more on their ephemerality in a minute. In the medium game, the ones that take days to several weeks, we have this bizarrely pink-purple collection of beet greens, pomegranate, prickly pear, cactus. And in the long game, the ones that you can essentially keep exposing for just about as long as you can stand, many months. I have some in the window now that are going on 4 to 6 months. We have the vivid, deep colors of stains that are very reticent to be bleached. So blueberries, cabbage, acorns, onion skins, things that actually are often used as stains or dyes because you want them to have some sort of durability as a stain. And failures. There are many failures. Here are a few examples of what some of my failures have looked like: parsley, cinnamon, mini turmeric disasters, failure from paper that moves in the contact printing frame, from imperfect registration, from uneven emulsion application, from mysteries that I cannot explain. Accidentally inverted images is one failure that's reasonably common. Again, because it's a printing out process, I'm usually using a positive image to get a positive image, although the occasional emulsion simultaneously experiences a chemical color change that requires a negative version of the image, such as these two yellow flowers, where I ended up with negatives after several weeks. For this imagery, and I'll speak also to my clock imagery in a minute, I'm making a scan on an Epson printer, on an Epson scanner, and then I'm printing it onto an acetate transparency, mostly Pictorico or ink press film, using inkjet technology. I recognize that none of this is ideal in a quest to truly pursue low impact printing. I'm not claiming to completely remove conventional materials from the equation. Rather, I'm using this research as baby steps or small places where I can insert or play with these principles. I spent a while this fall researching how to replace the acetate transparency moment with wax or oiled paper transparencies as a slightly more gentle, environmentally impactful moment in the process. And so here are some reasonably dramatic failures of my initial attempts with wax paper transparencies. I ended up writing a paper for the amazing folks at the Sustainable Darkroom, which will be published in April, I believe, part of the London Alternative Photography Collective. You should track what they're doing on their website. And the long story out of that is that it is entirely possible to use waxed or oiled paper negatives for the anthotype process with some small experimentation that I feel like I still need to do in order to make appropriate contrast and hopefully to not make the exposure times dreadfully tedious, which they end up already being. And it does add another element of somewhat difficult to control chaos to what is already a fairly messy pot of chaos in the process. A note about the imagery I am using. These scanned images of my brandless clock became my touchstone for experimentation for that course that I was initially teaching. I began using it as an excuse that it's always, when doing this kind of experimentation, useful to have the same image for comparison purposes, to try to have to remove one variable from the equation. But really, as I settled into it, it was the only image that I wanted to continue to work with. And so I did begin to push that point. This current obsession focuses on this clock, particularly on the left, stuck at 10:10. If you have never noticed this, I will apologize, because now you will never not notice that in all Western watch and clock advertisement, they're stuck at 10:10. This form of the hands, like this, allows the brand name to be framed with the optimism of a subtle smile form, affectionately known as happy time. I've always been fascinated by the tropes of the photographic medium and the assumptions we make in its practice, the ways that our vision is quietly mediated. A quest for me to push against the default printing processes of photography figures into the same conversation for me as that of this insidiously cheerful, or insidiously capitalist, one might say, clock time. You're happy by me. In recent months, I've begun to add the doomsday clock on the right to the mix of sort of important, culturally relevant clock times. This one, of course, is stuck at 100 seconds to humanity's presumed doom. And so through all of this experimentation, I'm asking, is this what the future of photography looks like? Photosensitive plant material, crudely rendering images onto available fabric and paper substrates? Many histories of experimental processes in photography stem from small side shoots of photographic history that have been relegated to this alternative process categorization because they were harder to commercialize due to uneven emulsions, mediocre stability, or prohibitively long exposure times. I wonder how capitalism's urge to standardize and commodify may have cut off a number of very interesting, elegant, less environmentally impactful avenues for photographic practice. And a note on the ephemerality of these, via the words of Kate Palmer Albers, who just published this beautiful book called The Night Albums in 2021. She asks, what if one of the inventors of photography had wanted something different? What if one of them had decided that fleetingness was the very definition of the thing they were after, and instead of seeking permanence, set about seeking a range of temporal parameters for photographs? Perhaps some photographs would last a week, others would last for a few months or a year. But even those calibrated to a shortened time frame, say a few hours or days, would be understood to have a different sort of value than those calibrated for duration. A shift in the history of photographic expectation might well have altered the development of photography as a medium and the development of cultural and practical understandings of what photography is. And when I think of durational photographs, of course, I think of Snapchat and I think of Instagram stories and imagery that does disappear in our contemporary context, noting that we do have experienced relevant contemporary experience with images that aren't calibrated for duration. My testing to date has involved the acquisition side of these images, not the subsequent fading that is their undeniable fate. The quicker the print to make, the quicker it's going to be to fade, of course. And I've been hoarding them in a black box to kind of protect them from this fate. And this instinct towards preservation feels a little bit absurd, honestly. And I feel that exploring the other side of their lives as they live in the world and continue to bleach is the next place for me to settle with these for a while. So critically for me, the amphitype has represented an opportunity to remove myself, at least partially, from the usual chains of production or industry in the photographic process, and yet to still labor with the photographic act, to allow myself to be moved, sometimes frustrated, by very slow, simple acts of photosensitivity. So as I began with avocado, here I will leave you. It's a dye that feels full of potential, but one that I can't seem to make work right. Once I got a negative, once I got a positive from it. It's a slow dye. It takes weeks to weeks, possibly months, to slowly render in my windows. And so I ask, can we remake a culture of photography that places more value, more joy in the act of making itself, and on more ephemeral, less commodifiable prints? I hope to continue to deliberately explore and elevate the political ecology of photographic material choices. So thank you, and I will look forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Megan. Wonderfully interesting presentation. Any questions from our audience here or online? Any? Well, I have many questions in my head, trying to kind of cramp them in one. Well, first one, what's your own favorite of these different multitude of choices here, of these different plant-based methods? Was it the avocado, or are there some others competing with it?
That's a great question, and I think the answer depends on my mood. I think some of the most beautiful ones are, if it's an aesthetic concern, are the deep dyes, the deep, very, very slow dyes of cabbage, for example, which renders this gorgeous purple color, blueberries. But they're incredibly frustrating because I can't tell you how many I've started in the window and are ruined because some weird humidity problem in the window, or the registration is lost throughout the 6 months where they begin to slip or whatever. So those feel the most satisfying, and maybe are thus my favorites on the rare occasion that I actually make a print. But there's amazing joy in actually starting from scratch one day with spinach that's about to go bad in the fridge, and so you take it and you make an emulsion out of it, and by the end of the day you actually have a print. So that there's joy in what feels like the quick ones as well. So I don't know that I have a favorite. Honestly, it's really the process that's just so joyful, that it's weighing the various frustrations and the aesthetics of the deep, any of the ones that make the deep, beautiful, vibrant colors.
Thanks. How about, is there any correspondence?
I'll say the avocado is probably my least favorite because it's so frustrating.
Another question I had was, is there a correspondence between color and the preservation? Like how long these images preserve?
Yes, there is. The question, is there any correspondence between color and their preservation? Like how long these images preserve? again, it does seem like the green ones will be quick to fade. The chlorophyll sensitivity is such that its sensitivity to ultraviolet rays will make it fade quickly. So I haven't yet found a slow green image. All the green images are fast. They'll be fast to acquire and fast to fade. And then outside of green and turmeric, most of the other vibrant colors will be slow to, will be well preserved, will be slow to fade, because again, they do make excellent stains. So think about how effective blueberry stain is. It will be slow to bleach on the other side of its life as well. So I think it's a little bit of a fluke that many of my sort of medium game ones ended up pink and purple. Or they're sort of like a lightish pink or purple. I think that's a little bit of just a thing of a fluke, or in the way I just picked those from my library of them. Other than that, other than the chlorophyll issue, I think there's not a lot of direct correlation between specific colors and preservation.
I have a question from the chat. I'm sending it now.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I have tested out beetroot, sweet peas, and roses with varying results. Do my students continue to use these methods? I have found that students, they very quickly return to the method they used before the pandemic. And that the question ends abruptly there, but I will speak to that. I have a few students who continue to use anthotypes in their process in very inspiring ways. And some of my initial research was based on it before I developed this class, was because one of my students had made a gorgeous anthotype book, coding pages of a book of poetry with spinach and making anthotypes on this poetry book, which led me to the process. And I have several students continuing it now. I have one student teaching a subsequent course in sustainable photographic practices right now. And so we do have sustained engagement with it. I found that students often, I think, just because of the logistics of and the tedium of making anthotypes, lose patience quickly with deep experimentation with the process, in that it can be hard for them in dormitory rooms or in inflexible living situations to expose anthotypes for a long time, and to have the sort of stability to just have the infrastructure for what they need for an anthotype. So I feel like that the frustration with the long-term commitment of the process does make it off-putting often for students. And when they do experiment with it, it does tend to be somewhat limited to the shorter of the emulsion. So sort of less liberal experimentation and more harnessing of what we sort of know works and can yield a result. I'm excited by sweet peas, I will say. I have not tried sweet peas, so I'm excited by that.
Another question from the chat, please.
Stieg, hi Stieg, asks, do you think it's possible to make multicolor prints with several coats and register on the negatives? I think it's possible, absolutely. I think it's difficult. I've tried to make multicolor ones with coding one and then coding another, but it tends to end up as a little bit of a brown mess in my initial experimentations of that. I think beautiful things could be made from multicolor prints. The registration is a bit of an issue. I'm already using stacked transparencies to make each print. In order to get the contrast out of them, I'm stacking two transparencies, so either the oiled paper or waxed paper or the acetate transparencies. I'm stacking two together, and by the time I stack those two together, and I don't want little tape marks for the registration and get them with the paper, any little shift makes, and I don't know if you caught it in some of that imagery, but some of them are not beautifully registered, and there's a little bit of fuzziness from that. So I don't know that it could easily be done, but it'd be fun to try.
Thank you. The first one is a very silly question, but it's out of curiosity. If insects or other animals get interested in the prints because of the sugar or other things containing the emulsion. And the second is more a technical question. I know it's not sustainable at all, but did you try to use different wavelengths of light? With artificial light, you could have different wavelength. So maybe some other type of light, such as, I don't know, infrared light or something, will be better to create some more durable image?
Thank you, Nicholas. I don't think that's a silly question at all. My pomegranate print, pomegranate is another very frustrating one that I've sort of like anthotypes, where I have had very mixed results, where my first one was spot on, perfect color and tone, and I was really excited by it, and I have not been able to replicate that since. All of which to say, I keep getting these ridiculously sticky emulsions out of pomegranate, just using mortar and pestle with pomegranate seeds. And I did actually have, we also keep honeybees here, and I did have a lot of bees around that anthotype, that contact frame, which I had outside for a long time. So yes, I think insects are, would be interested in the prints, and in some of the prints anyway, they totally smell like plant material after the fact. Some of them smell quite good, some of them don't smell all that good. When I installed that last shot I showed you of my studio with them installed, there's like this weird organic smell to my studio when I do put them up all together. So do I shoot with light with other wavelengths, like other light than natural light? No, the ultraviolet sensitivity has been the only way to render these. Any artificial light does not seem to have much effect on them, or it's so slow and long term that I have not tried infrared, certainly, but I am not sure that it would work. But any other ultraviolet, any other artificial wavelength of light is nothing, or very, very slow to impact these, which does make it very convenient for, I can code it in broad daylight in my kitchen without really having to worry about controlling that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Fabian Miller. Becky asks about Fabian Miller's work.
Assembled a team to work on growing his own dye garden.
So
So yeah, it's more just sharing a bit of it, like just information. There was a Financial Times interview with him a few months ago.
That's fantastic, and I love that.
Is that coming up? I just see where Jenna. It's more just to sort of share that this, because I think if you like Google it, nothing really much comes up.
I would love. I planted a bunch of in my small garden here in New Mexico. I did plant a bunch of specific dye-oriented plants last summer.
Yeah.
And had some, it was very exciting, and I'm very excited to do that again. I'm just starting seeds again right now for this summer as well. I love the idea of a photographic dye garden. I think this is extraordinary. Again, I'm so interested in regional approaches to this and hope to further collaborate with other people interested in doing the same thing.
Yeah. So did you put the name in, Jenna? Did you put the name in? Yes. She's got, I can't see the chat, so I can't see. Yeah, I just think from that he's quite a powerful male presence and has quite a lot of ability to put together a team. So some of the things that were so, just real kitchen sink experimental things that, we do in our homes. It's, I think, I don't know, this question of like longevity, sort of wanting to make prints that will kind of last, outlive us, and the sort of, I guess it's just a sort of feminist perspective on the speaker's position, and then maybe watching what say Fabian Miller is building. Yeah, it's just sort of, I don't know, like power things. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you, Becky. Thank you for the comment. And there was Laura had.
Thanks. From what you say, I have the feeling there is I was thinking about the Mingei movement in Japan, which is cousin of the art and craft movement. But in the case of the Mingei, it is a return or a reflection on the moral aspect of the objects. And what you present is a deep reflection on this aspect of the moral side of making images. And my question is, as we are dealing with the shape but with the content, what would be for you a sustainable subject?
I will look forward to listening to comments later. Dealing with the shape and the content together, what would be a sustainable subject matter? I don't know, I think is the answer to that. I mean, for me, so much began in this space of experimentation, and I'm constantly thinking about photography itself as subject matter. So thinking again about these tropes of vision and how our vision is mediated both through the decisions of manufacturers constantly, through the decisions of advertisers constantly, the decisions of things outside of our control, and how all of this is what sort of led me to this constant reliance on, right now, this sort of steady clock imagery. It's what is sustainable subject matter? Constantly looking at our lives, constantly trying to elevate what we need to look at and not have it, and try to resist the mediation of images by things outside of our control. Maybe, I don't know. I think that's probably there's probably an individual answer to that for everybody. I tend to make somewhat maybe obtuse work that is not overtly personal or not overtly, I hope, didactic in terms of subject matter. So for me, right now, sustainable subject matter is elevating this conversation about the mediation of vision. And so it's the mediation of vision in ways maybe that we don't tend to think of it, sort of the quiet mediation of vision, which is maybe the more insidious mediation of vision. It's a great question, and it's maybe an unanswerable question.
Thank you. Any other questions still? Well, then maybe we thank you. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you, everyone.
Great. And now we reached the last presentation of today. And what do you think? Did you have fun? Did you enjoy it? Yeah. At least you seemed very interested. Thank you. Thank you. No, it wasn't to beg thanks, but more. I mean, just kind of tracing your feelings here, like because it was all new for me, and I was very interested in these different approaches towards analog photography. I wanted to wrap up a little bit before I let you home, because there were so many different presentations from and so many different approaches here. We heard first from Nico about these kind of ruined negatives or mistakes, which ended up, however, in this wonderful multitude work of art. And then we went to Danny and your kind of these images which you created with expired film, and how you traced own memories and reached to the past through this expired film. And there was this material approach in both of your works, or both of your researches, quite evident. And then we moved to South Africa to Robin and Rafaela, who both had they had this interesting approach to analog photography. Robin with this disposable camera, and she was researching death, or these kind of approaches towards death, or mediating death in the cultural context. And then Rafaela, on the other hand, she was interested in authenticity of herself, or of the image somehow, through which she was reaching through analog photography and analog practice. And then we had our first keynote presentation of this weekend by Laurent Millet, and that was kind of the almost kind of fireworks of different approaches and techniques and methods, and also these deep ideas and historical paths we followed with him there to seek our place in time and landscape, for instance. And then with Carol we heard about the intertwining of magic and photography through analog practice, and how she has been using and creating her own ways of seeing and approaching these subjects. And then we had the two last, Melanie's and Megan's, wonderful, interesting presentations, which kind of touched subjects, very kind of similar subject with each other. Melanie starting from the light, which has traveled thousands and millions of years to touch the ground, and how this light is then presented to us, and then Megan's ecological approach in these times of ecological catastrophe towards photography and towards sustainable ways of doing making photography prints. So quite a large combination of wonderfully interesting approaches towards analog practice. So I think we are done for today, and we will continue tomorrow with a bit similar and a bit different themes, and we will hear tomorrow at 1 o'clock our other keynote speech from Jill Enfield, which I'm looking forward to hearing a lot myself. So thank you so much from my part and from our crew for today, and please take some buns and sandwiches with you when you go, otherwise they go bad. And see you tomorrow. The doors will open a bit before 9 o'clock, and the program starts at 9:30, so there is morning coffee before that if you are in time. See you tomorrow, everybody.